Okay.
This is my daddy's house.
Okay. Why is this making sound? Okay, where's the? Beautiful. It's a little blurry, but it's okay. Now we are live. Where's the YouTube? Okay. I'm gonna need this pen there.
Okay. I have mine here.
Okay. To Councilman Katrubis. Let me just spotlight. Give me 1 second. Perfect. Councilman Katrubis, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? Good evening, everyone. I call the August 12, 2026 meeting to order. The time is now 6:33. Okay, please stand up for the flag salute all together.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bia, would you read about public statement, please?
Yes, Mayor. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, PL 1975, Chapter 23, setting forth the time, date, and place and the purpose of this public meeting through a legal notice published in the Star Ledger, the Record, and the Herald News on January 5th, 2026, and published on January 9th, 2026, posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted as required notices under the statute. Copies of the above-mentioned notice are available to the public and on file in the office of the municipal clerk.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
On roll call, Councilwoman Begats?
Yes.
Councilman Liang?
Here.
Councilman Patel? Councilman Kapsaskis?
Here.
Councilman Lee?
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis?
Yes.
Joining by Zoom. And for the record, we have Mayor Mark Park, Borough Attorney Bob Ferraro, myself, Borough Administrator Sean Chowdhury, department heads in attendance.
Okay, thank you. For the public information, we are currently holding tonight's meeting in a hybrid format. We have people in person and via Zoom. That is also live stream on YouTube. If our Wi-Fi at the council chambers has an issue where the Zoom meeting drops, we will aim to retrieve the connection to continue the meeting. Okay, next correspondence, none, right? Okay, now next on the agenda is our proclamation. It brings great privilege for the council and I to present a proclamation to a remarkable young man from our community who has recently honored by the Congressman Joshua Gottheimer as our 2026 hometown hero. I was joined by the Councilwoman Begats and Councilman Liang at the event, alongside the Samuel's family at the ceremony, and we offer our deepest congratulations. Mr. Insertion, would you please give an overview and read the proclamation into the record?
Yes, Mayor. First and foremost, to reiterate, Mayor Mark Park and the Municipal Council brings us great pride and privilege that Samuel Kim is from Englewood Cliffs, and he's represented our community with great honor. The honor was bestowed on him as the 2026 hometown hero, as honored by our fifth congressional district Congressman Josh Gottheimer, and the mayor was in attendance with Councilman Liang and Councilwoman Begatz to witness this honor. And reading his bio, I mean, he's such a remarkable young man, and I know he's here with his mother. And as I'm reading this proclamation, I'm asking the members of the governing body to please go to the floor so this can be presented to him for a photo with his family. Whereas the Borough of Englewood Cliffs is proud to recognize an extraordinary young residents whose leadership, compassion, and commitment to service strengthen our community and improve the lives of others. And whereas Samuel Kim, a 17-year-old resident of Englewood Cliffs, has demonstrated remarkable initiative and dedication to serving senior citizens through innovative programs focused on health, wellness, safety, and education. And whereas Samuel founded Aim for Unity, a nonprofit organization providing free archery workshops designed to promote brain health and wellness among older adults, which has served more than 600 seniors, and also founded the Senior Shield Project, a fraud prevention and digital literacy initiative that has reached more than 150 individuals. And whereas inspired by living with and caring for his grandparents, Samuel has transformed his personal commitment to older adults into meaningful community service, while also distinguishing himself as a DECA regional champion and a science fair winner. And whereas in recognition of his extraordinary service and accomplishments, Congressman Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey's 5th Congressional District named Samuel a 2026 hometown hero, an honor that reflects both his exceptional leadership at a young age and the very best of the Englewood Cliffs community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Mayor Mark M. Park, Mayor of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs, alongside the members of the Borough Council, do hereby recognize and congratulate Samuel Kim upon being named a 2026 hometown hero and commend him for his extraordinary commitment to senior citizens, community service, innovation, and leadership. Be it further proclaimed that the Borough of Englewood Cliffs proudly celebrates Samuel's accomplishments and extends his best wishes for his continued success as he continues to serve, lead, and inspire others. And the mayor has signed this with the members of the council below him. So at this time, Samuel, with your mother, congratulations.
Now ask Samuel and his family to join in, and everybody come down on the take.
Mom too, yes. We'll just take the photos together. Mayor, yep, this is yours.
Presentation. Moving on the next order of business on the presentation, the mayor and council wish to acknowledge another extraordinary young individual, Elliot Kazara, who spent the last year or so as a borough intern. We thank Elliot for her service and tremendous job she did assisting our borough operation. Mr. BA, would you read the certificate into the record and please give a brief overview?
Yep. Thank you again, Mayor. It brings great privilege and honor for the Borough of Englewood Cliffs, particularly not just the mayor and council, but the borough staff members, to recognize this extraordinary individual. Alia, there's so much to say. You know, in municipal government, we understand that resources are very limited, especially in the size of Englewood Cliffs. We don't have the capacity as like bigger municipalities. So programs like this not only creates a pipeline for people to enter into the world of municipal government or whatever career they so choose, it also reflects a commitment to basically have some much needed support in our day-to-day operations. And Alia was amongst our first interns since the mayor's administration and then the council that has done an outstanding job. and has shown interest right away, and in fact has inspired the borough to turn this into a program. And we've sent out a notice to the residents. We have about 3 interns now in our summer program, and we're going to have it year round. And we do thank our internship coordinator Sylvia Jang and Matthew Leon for doing an extraordinary job creating a program dedicating to creating that pipeline for people to get into public service, particularly from Englewood Cliffs and beyond, and also helping us with our operation, because we do see a vacuum in the field of municipal government, and we do want more people to get involved in whatever capacity. And just a little bit about Alia. She is a member of the Northern Valley Regional High School class of 2026. She recently graduated and completed the internship program this past year with us in Englewood Cliffs, and this fall she'll begin her academic journey at Stevens Institute of Technology before continuing her studies at Vanderbilt University, where she plans to major in network security. During her time in the borough, Alia gained firsthand experience in municipal government operations by supporting various administrative and public service functions. This includes greeting residents at the service counter, distributing incoming mail, assisting with the records management, filing, and helping maintain content on our borough website. In fact, much of what you see on the borough website and the sub-pages and things that we've done is because of Alia's work. And we really wanted to recognize her for her collaborative role that she played with the redesign and of the website and the public flyers and community announcement with our new app. She was an instrumental part of that. And this program, the internship that she had, provided valuable exposure to the day-to-day operations of local government and allowed Alia to strengthen her professional, organizational, and communication skills. And they reflected a willingness to learn, collaborate, and serve the community, and provided a strong foundation as they begin the next chapter, as she begins her next chapter of her academic journey. So we thank her for her service. And the mayor and council has a certificate of appreciation for her as she goes on her studies, and we wish her the very best. And we thank her for her professionalism, her dedication, and her enthusiasm. We'll miss her dearly, and we wanted to end it off on a high note and thank her for everything. And she's here with her family as well. So, Mayor, at this time, would you please go to the floor with the members of the council so they can recognize her? Gailey. There's somewhere. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Next on the agenda is our department head report. Ask each one of the list to come up one by one. Administration department first.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and welcome to the members of the public to our August 12, 2026 meeting. And I'll be quite brief so the rest of the department heads can touch base on their reports. But throughout our agenda, you'll see quite a few items listed on here. I did want to just give a few brief overview. The borough last week conducted the groundbreaking ceremony for the sanitary sewer borough-wide improvements on phase 1 to help with the I&I deficiencies. Also, the borough of Englewood Cliffs, and the engineers can talk about it as well, was able to locate the smoke study cammering of 9W and Sylvan Avenue that was done by National Water Main and Cleaning Company in the fall of 2024. That is being under review by our borough engineers. Right now, we were able to do some digging, find it, and we were able to find it, and we'll be happy to provide that to the public should they request to see it. And the engineers will talk a little bit more about that. In addition, we are slowly wrapping up our borough-wide resurfacing project. We thank everybody for their patience. The borough has taken on a lot of projects in the summer, but we're trying to clear ourselves so we can, be ready in time for school and minimize the disruptions to the community. So on deck, we have Floyd Street milling and paving that should take place next week. And we also have Lori Drive on the horizon to take care of, which is another DOT project. In addition, we do have utilities that have begun their restoration efforts for some of the roads that they did work on. Our engineers and DPW superintendent is in conversation with them to notify us ahead of time so we can be present. But a lot of the work that you see in town, the difference on a lot of different things from like striping and things like that, the borough, when our borough engineers came on board, we ensured that they are on site inspecting. Overall, in the throughout time when we had various firms and things like that, the borough didn't really mandate the engineers to be inspecting the work on site. And it's very important that you have your engineers looking at what your contractors are doing, because sometimes homeowners might have some inquiries, some questions, and they need to go to somebody on site. And I'm pleased to say that Fast Tech, our borough engineers, they were there every single moment to answer questions. And our public notices that we send out to the community, we also give you their phone number and their email to contact them directly. So we do encourage, if anybody has any questions about capital projects, not only to contact them, but also go visit the landing page on our borough website, which is the under plans, reports, and studies. We have capital project updates that you can track information in real time, and it's updated always before the council meeting that's coming up. So that's a transparency tool that we wanted to implement on our new website, and you'll be able to access that. And you'll be also able to access that on our mobile app, My EC Clips. And as always, feel free to always reach out to administration. And throughout the agenda, and from finance, they'll talk a little bit about that as well. You see a list of procurement items. All of these items were reviewed, and the process from the purchasing follows the guidelines in our purchasing manual. And in the procurement, a lot of it was cleared by our professional, the qualified purchasing agent, in preparation of all of this. While we, the staff or department heads, were gathering whatever quotes or what have you, nothing makes it on this agenda of that magnitude without the qualified purchasing agent looking it over, talking about quote thresholds, bid thresholds, placing things like purchasing road salt. From a compliance standpoint, we need to continue to do that in Inglewood Cliffs to continue our day-to-day to make sure we're compliant from a purchasing standpoint. So our CFO will talk a little bit more about that. And we do have a couple of other items on here. The fire inspector is on the heels of our ordinance that is being adopted, subject to adoption tonight with public hearing from Ordinance 12 to offer a little bit of assistance with our Fire Prevention Bureau. This is a very critical piece of appointment to give a helping hand to our fire official because we are noticing or we have been contacted by the DCA about a change of law with the certified of continued occupancy distribution, as well as additional inspections that might require coordination with the building department. So it was very important that we had brought on some extra help for our fire official as we continue to work with the Division of Fire Safety and the DCA to make sure we're compliant. At this time, if it so pleases the mayor and council, I'd like to, on another item regarding shade trees, call upon our shade tree commissioner co-chair to talk a little bit about the Shade Tree Commission and the work that they've been doing. I'd like to yield a portion of my time, Mayor.
Okay.
Is the mic on, Mark?
Yeah, raise it up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emma.
The mic on?
Yeah, it might need to hit the button. Turn is green.
Okay, there we go. Sorry.
All right, awesome.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Gonzalez, and
Just if you want to give her that mic, just for now.
I can use my tour guide voice.
No,
You
it's
just-
okay.
the people,
Yeah.
the people on Zoom need to listen.
I'm going to perch right here. Okay. Sorry, I'm sitting down. My name is Emma Guest Gonzalez. I am one of the co-chairs of the Shade Tree Commission, and I'd like to give my report. I'm wearing my official Shade Tree vest, my badge, and I have our ribbons. The commission consists of 3 co-chairs, Wendy Alvarado, myself, and Mamta Shah. We are all residents of Englewood Cliffs. We work on a volunteer basis under the guidance of certified arborist Jerry Barbiero, with the support of Borough Administrator Intishan Chowdhury and Head of the Department of Public Works Mark Neville. Council liaison is Councilman Philip Liang. Co-chairs Alvarado and Guest Gonzalez have IDs issued by the Bergen County Office of Emergency Management and are duly registered with the Borough and with the Office of Emergency Management as official volunteers. Since June 2026, co-chairs Alvarado and Guest Gonzalez have been tagging trees in Englewood Cliffs. Trees are marked with an orange ribbon for inspection for removal, or with a white ribbon, which means inspection for pruning. Our procedure is as follows. Once a tree is marked, the tree's location is added to a shared spreadsheet with the date and initials of the co-chair, as well as removal or pruning. Mr. Barbiero consults the spreadsheet when he inspects the trees and for a final say regarding their treatment. He can also add inspection notes directly to the spreadsheets. Mr. Chowdhury and Neville submit a finalized list for bid to tree removal services, and tonight there's a resolution 2026-209 for the current contract with Reliable Tree Services. All trees that are being removed must be replaced one by one by the town. The Shade Tree Commission recommends that wood chips produced by tree removal be used for mulching in the borough, especially along the east side of Hudson Terrace, rather than using herbicides for weed control. As this is an entirely new procedure, there were some hiccups with the first list of trees slated for treatment included in Resolution 2026-209. Work on those trees has been paused for now until after final inspection by the Commission and by Mr. Barbiero. Co-chair Guest Gonzalez has cross-checked the trees listed on the contract with the list of trees that are tagged, and a final inspection of the trees will take place on the arborist's next visit to the borough. On August 7th, 2026, a newsletter was sent to all residents informing them of the Shade Tree Commission's work. This included encouraging the residents to contact the Commission with information about trees on their property that may need removal or pruning. Since that date, multiple residents have reached out asking us to check on their trees. Some residents have also expressed interest in volunteering on the Shade Tree Commission, and the co-chairs respectfully ask the Council for permission to welcome volunteers to help with this important work. Co-chairs Alvarado and Guest Gonzalez would like to attend the New Jersey Shade Tree Federation Annual Conference in October in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and they will work with Borough Administrator Chowdhury on the application. By attending this conference, they can work towards obtaining NJDEP Urban and Community Forestry Community Representative Training and accreditation, which will allow the borough to apply for state tree planting grants and more. As per the state-mandated 2024 tree preservation ordinance, the borough must replant a tree one-for-one replacement for each removal to restore canopy loss, and the Shade Tree Commission is fully committed to protecting the tree canopy in Englewood Cliffs. However, everyone in town sees the clear cutting that takes place for new home construction, with new small trees planted to replace those removed, but nothing can replace a mature and healthy tree. The co-chairs respectfully submit their sincere hope that developers and builders in the borough could work more diligently to preserve mature trees from planning new construction. Thank you, Wendy Alvarado, Emma Guest Gonzalez, Mamta Shah, and I will send a copy of this to Borough Administrator Chowdhury. Thank you.
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you.
can I question
Okay.
Shade Tree co-chair? Do I have permission to ask her?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said yes.
As per you mentioned that the final list would be done on 8/15, right? So this is not the final list for the resolution we are putting here.
No, that list is the one that I cross-checked.
Cross-check.
Mm-hmm.
And as per my discussion with DPW head, it's only 8 trees needs to be removed, not 27. So
Well-
this entire code and resolution is no consistency.
Well, that list we did. The Shade Tree Commissioners did not see that list
So
until
if you did
recently.
not see,
so
there is misinformation and disconnect here, right?
there's
So why do we
definitely
have to? Why mayor council has to approve this resolution when the code first of all is inconsistent with the number of the trees, and whatever request is going to be finalized in 8:15.
the Shade Tree Commission does not request removals or prunings. What we do is we
So
make
do you
recommendations.
recommend this resolution to
So
pass without having the full
that's-
list?
I did
Councilman-
not recommend that list.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that we have
There you go.
a
You,
spreadsheet.
you
and
don't
so
recommend,
we-
right? You don't recommend because it's not the
I-
final list.
I do recommend that some of those trees on the list be pruned and others removed. I went to every single tree. I
Right.
marked every single one.
Okay.
And there are several that I think could be dangerous to
When you say
people,
several, how many?
I had to look at my spreadsheet to see exactly
You
how
don't
many.
have number. I did call with Mr. Mark Neville this afternoon.
I,
And as per his expert opinion, is only 8 trees needs to be removed.
that
We had recently 3 or 4 severe storm, and this dead tree are still standing. So there is no emergency for us to approve this resolution because the code itself is inconsistent. Because if we
I-
don't have a final list, how can we get the code?
Councilman
yeah,
Patel, I honestly had
Right.
nothing to do with that list.
Okay,
The
so-
Shade Tree Commission, so
Okay.
I don't know why
So
you
I
were
propose
interrogating
the
me
mayor
about
and
this.
council to
But I
table
would like
this,
to, if I could
resolution.
finish, you
Okay.
did ask me a question, if I
Okay.
could finish.
Okay.
I would recommend, because as I'm walking around, actually, I've had branches fall off
Right.
literally right next to me because of trees that need pruning and need
Right.
removal. There are several members residents of the town who have since contacted us
Okay.
about trees that they're worried about. So I am hoping that when the head of DPW, along with the arborist, go through the list,
Right.
they can find the ones that need urgent work, and that work takes place.
Okay.
So the way a resolution is passed or not passed, that is really on all of you.
How
So-
many complaints you have it from the residents? What I found is only 3 complaints.
Councilman,
I've
I'll
received-
perhaps direct your question to me. I'll answer that
No.
question. No, I know, but the shade tree is just the shade tree.
She's saying it to me
I-
that she
I-
has a several complaints.
I-
So
I know-
that's
I know
I've
why
had
I
at
only have 3
least,
complaints.
I think we've had 7 or 8 people saying we would like to have trees examined because we're
Examined.
worried about them.
Not to remove.
So, Councilman, I'll answer it. There's a combination of ways people get in touch with the borough, right? There's an email for the shade tree. That's one angle, right? And Councilman Liang is the liaison.
I have
Uh,
3.
He
Separately.
it's 3 separately. The borough, the residents reach out to the borough administrator. Sometimes we don't. When residents reach out to the community, they reach out in all kinds of forms, and sometimes it's our job, or most of the time it's our job, to condense that and get that centralized to where it needs to go. We're not going to stop and say, "Hey, you came to the wrong place." We're going to do our best to assist them. So sometimes they'll send complaints and call David Gonzalez at DPW and Mark Neville. Sometimes they'll reach out to me. Sometimes they'll reach out to the building department because they're not even sure if that's a private tree or if that's a borough shade tree. And then the other matter is that they'll reach out to me. Sometimes they'll even call the police department because there's utility wires. A tree is connected to a utility wires. There's a couple emails in there that there's emergency issues. In fact, the last 2-3 storms that we had 2 trees that fell on residents' vehicles, and there was tort claims filed on the borough on that. And this process that we have here, though, as Emma stated, it's not perfect. It's our first batch list, but it's following procurement because the borough of Englewood Cliffs has not been compliant with their procurement process when it comes to tree removal, tree pruning, and things of that nature. So this we had a previous bid from a couple years ago, and we never went back out to bid until recently. But then when we did our bids, we did it off of hourly rate instead of based off of the tree size as per our qualified purchasing agent. So this exercise to get the batch is to get enough sample size so we're able to put it into our bid specifications based on the sizes. However, just like Emma stated in her report, the trees that are subject for removal that are changed, if they're changed or if they're changed to pruning or if they're taken off the list, when you pass this resolution, you're not paying the person $42,000 in one shot. everyone, in order to pay a vendor, services need to be rendered, and when services are rendered based off the list and based off the work that they're doing, that's what you're able to do. Mark Neville now will have a baseline budget to work off of, because right now he has nothing to work off of, and that is the big concern here. So yes, there are some questions on some of the removal items. The shade tree committee tags the trees. The arborist has to do some portions of the list. They have to do a follow-up inspection, which he will do this Saturday. Once he's done doing that this Saturday, he'll be able to provide an update if items are being removed or not, which then reliable, if this resolution passes tonight, they'll be able to adjust accordingly. But there's a threshold that's created for Mark Neville to operate off of until we go out to bid. So, and this is 7 to 8 months going. The borough has, and Mark Neville, feel free to chime in. We've been dealing with this matter for 7 to 8 months. Residents have been reaching out, calling, from pruning, removal, you name it. They've been reaching out. And so we wanted to make sure we procured this the right way, where we're compliant, but also at the same time, we're responding to our residents and making sure we're doing this structurally and we're not just doing things haphazardly. So there's a combination of multiple things going on here, and our committee, they're just tagging it for further inspection, whether it's pruning or removal or invasive plants. And then Jerry would come in there and sign off as the borough arborist one more time. So that's the process,
Okay.
and that's where we are. I'm just educating you
Okay.
on the
Okay,
process.
okay.
That's all.
And
Can I say
Councilman
something?
Patel, I just
Okay.
want to let you know,
Okay.
you all have seen 3 emails.
Right.
There were emails prior to the
All I want is
to
that
the-
why there is no records. The
We-
way
we
the
have
BA is
them.
saying that there are a lot of complaints, a lot of phone calls. So why we don't have the process that whoever wants to request the tree removed or to be inspected, there has to be email. Second thing, the borough administrator is saying that utility wire, is it a borough responsibility or utility company responsibility?
That's part of the research, and we do have an email. So they email Shade Tree, they email me or whatever, and then we review it. The Shade Tree's involved
Yep.
with it if it involves a Shade
How
Tree.
many
and then
trees from this list has a problem with utility companies?
If
wires?
you'd like, Councilman Patel, I have
Yeah.
tagged every single tree. I have made a
That
spreadsheet and I have
that,
a map.
that has to be
with every
taken care
single
of by
one.
utility company, the way I understand.
Oh, that you mean the utility trees?
Yeah.
I haven't been looking at utility wires.
No,
I've been
the way
looking
borough administrator is claiming.
that's because that's not on the thing, because we're waiting on a comment from the police
you are
department.
mentioning that utility wires are involved. There could be
There-
the safety.
There
issue.
are a variety of problems. So what I'm generalizing and summarizing some of the complaints that we have.
Yeah,
I
but
just summarized a recent complaint in
Don't
which
include the stuff which is not borough is not
because Councilman,
responsible.
some of this stuff is day-to-day operations. They're day-to-day stuff.
Another thing, the tort claim filed against the borough.
The tort
We
claim
don't
that's
have
why
any information.
because the council doesn't necessarily come before the council. It goes through our GIF and our risk management. So it's not going to come before the council. What you're asking to do is to chase every pothole, to chase every tree, and go after those
No,
things.
no.
This
no.
tort
my
claims.
my concern here is the list is completely. If we prepare the proper list and bid it again, it will be half the price.
You're incorrect
I-
because
no,
Down
I'm
Street
correct
just
and
submitted.
I'm confident because I did my own research. I discussed with Mark Neville, DPW.
I'm sorry. I mean, we can turn it over to Mark, but
I
that's
definitely want this bill to be tabled today. This resolution.
Okay, we can furthermore
And I
discussion
propose
about
to
the
table it
ordinary
out today.
civil resolution. Okay,
As a
Yes.
liaison of the, I think
I was not involved at all as a DPW chair. First of all, it was surprise for me to get the email. And when few residents called me that, are you cutting down tree tomorrow? I said, no, I don't know. I have no idea. And then I see the whole thing early morning on Saturday. And I did discuss with few of the council people, and I did discuss with the borough administrator, and I was told, and I had all the disinformation.
so. We're gonna talk about the resolution later. right?
yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
let's move on.
Should we
Okay,
talk about that?
let's move on.
Okay.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you so
I
much.
have a
Thank you
que-
for your
I have a
volunteer.
question, Dr. Emma. You may not answer, but just a question. Every year, we spend $50,000 to over $100,000 every year. That's a lot of money, right? And what do you think is what causes these problems? A lot of the town trees are dead and being died. What do you think is this causes a problem? And if you know any solution to prevent the trees dead?
Do you mean, do I know what is killing trees in our town or what is damaging trees in our
No,
town?
that trees we spend so much money every year, so I try to not to happen. I try to any we have if there is any solutions, to save the trees.
My volunteer work on the Shade Tree Commission is to tag trees that should be inspected because they are damaged, dying, or a resident requests to have inspection. That's as far as I go. I cannot tell you how much the borough is spending on taking care of trees or how much is not being spent on taking care of trees because that's not in my purview. My job is to look at the trees and to notice the ones that need help because we're a small town, but we've got a lot of trees and they need to be looked at.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your voluntary your time and energy. You wanna add on something?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
There's no. You gotta understand. You have any trees on your property? You have trees, right? You have a tree or two on your property?
Yeah, they're beautiful trees.
Right. They're good, right? Or one or two, right? Okay. Now, let's go outside. We have 112 streets in town. We have a lot. The tree canopy is beautiful. There's no yay or nay on far. We're not killing trees or whether they're getting sick. It's a life expectancy. And how you fix it, how you maintain it, is do your maintenance. And no disrespect, Councilman, you have to do this work. $42,000 get you started. 112 streets. I bet you we have tree damage, not damage, or that needs attention on 60 streets. As I sit here tonight, I don't know that for a fact, but I bet you half our streets have some sort of tree pruning or takedown on them. So, to your point, no one's hurting the trees, or it's just a life expectancy. Some trees grow; they're huge. 176 Wood Road has a dead tree. It's beautiful, but it's dead. It's huge.
I'm not considering the money, not the money. How we prevent future, and I think, in my opinion, I don't know, I'm not professional, so my opinion, first of all, the trees are planted wrong spot. In other words, trees is planted right under the electric line. So the tree grows up and it bothers all the electric line, touches
some are, but some trees are perfectly healthy. And then somebody buys the property and levels the place. That's wrong. Instead of saying to the builder, "Listen, you got to build around the tree." You got to take the good. You got to play both sides. You can't just. Why is a tree?
In the second, a lot of trees trunk is cut off. The homeowners cut the trunk off.
Okay.
That's one of the reason being dead.
Part of it. You're right.
Right.
Yeah.
And what else? I don't know. How Con Edison involved with the pruning? PSE&G.
Service company. You're right.
Are they responsible for when the electric line goes?
Yeah, that's why we sent out an inquiry, Councilman. On that particular issue, PD has the relationships with PSC&G. So when when Councilman Lee forwarded me on that matter, I had PSC&G, or I had reached out to the police department because they have like the direct 24/7 contacts with PSC&G, and I had them copy to a DPW to give that guidance while copying the shade tree on that matter to get more feedback on that. But typically, sometimes they'll trim things back and things like that. But we want to be aware of it if they do come in. So
yeah, and could I just? I'm sorry, and this is the last thing before the trees. As you were saying, trees get planted under telephone wires, and I see that myself. Like I'm literally ready to run over to the landscapers and say, just move the tree. You're putting it in the wrong spot. I wish they'd just look up and see. There are people I know of, like I know personally, who want to put in a swimming pool. There's a tree. Well, we'll just cut right through the roots of the tree. Lo and behold, the tree dies. There are people who are worried about branches touching their house. So they prune half a tree off and then the tree is destabilized. So part of the thing the Shade Tree Commission wants to do, and we do not want to willy-nilly chop down trees throughout the borough. That is the very last thing any of the three chairs want to do. We want to maintain the canopy. We want to plant new trees. I have so many ideas for interesting new trees to be planted, not just the usual stuff. I mean, we could have an arboretum in our town if we put our minds to it and put a little money behind it. The tree list, it may not be the exact list, but if Reliable can change the ones that are on the list and put the ones that I found that I think need more care than perhaps ones that are put on the list, then maybe that will work. I don't know how all the resolutions and how procurements and all that worked, but I can just assure the entire council on behalf of my other two co-chairs as well, we do not want to damage trees, remove trees because just for the heck of it, and especially not just because people decide they don't like a tree anymore in their yard. Everything needs to be looked at, studied, and judged, examined by our professionals. And so that's all we're trying to do. And again, we're volunteers, and we're just doing our
definitely appreciate
list.
your efforts. All we want to is this list is not final. It has a lot of inconsistency information, and some of the trees are really healthy tree. I don't know why they are marked here.
I don't know why either. That's why I went
That's the
and
reason we want
cross-checked.
to. We can push it for a few more weeks because these trees are not the emergency or safety issue as of now.
Right,
So we can
but
push
there are
it
other
for
ones
some-
but
Yeah,
there are
that's-
definitely ones that are on
That's
that list
exactly
that
my
are
point.
I think
I
are
understand as
emergencies.
superintendent mentioned, 42,000 is not a whole lot of money. The problem is the list and inconsistency. There where you go.
Yeah, and that's why I
agree.
told you our
we
process.
really appreciate all of your
You're
efforts. It's not, I was just questioning because of, I understand how the process you are following.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on. You are done now, Poro. Lawyer?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. So, Mayor and members of the council and public, there are several items to report on. First is the continuing matter of CFI development on the corner of Sylvan and Bayview. Judge Gallipoli recently issued his recommendations. He serves as a special hearing officer in this matter, and he recommends that the matter be approved conditionally, and the requirements, there are quite a few requirements. If anybody wants a copy of this, they can obtain it. I think I sent one to Ms. Geiger when it came out. The judge is saying that the commercial space should be reduced to, I think, 5,500 square feet. He is requiring a different configuration on Sylvan for the exit lanes. He wants to have two separate exit lanes, one for left and right. He is not requiring that the exit onto 5th Street, and there are a number of other items he required as conditions, but those are the main ones. We're waiting to see the applicant's reaction to this, if the applicant's going to accept those recommendations. If so, the judge will make his recommendation to the judge who's overseeing the litigation, and if they do not agree, the judge indicates that he will recommend that the matter be denied. The other item is we also just received this week a request from 800 Sylvan to install gates by Floyd Street. I received that communication. I discussed it with our planning board chair, with our planning board attorney, and with our board planner, and we sent a letter back to the judge saying that based upon the information that was presented, the matter should not be approved as a field change, but requires a more detailed look. For instance, how will the gates affect queuing onto the street? What happens when commercial vehicles come? How do they get in? Is there an intercom system? Will that affect the residents on Floyd, and the overall queuing as a problem onto Floyd? So the judge got our communication, and he is requiring the applicant to provide that information to us to see how that's going to proceed. There are several ordinances on for second read this evening. One is for the no-knock. Again, that's a voluntary program for residents. They can sign up to be on the list to prevent vendors from coming to their door. There are exceptions there for political, charitable approaches to the house as required by First Amendment. We have an ordinance that presents an order for how we proceed with handicap parking, which is on for second read, and we have a revamping of the fire ordinance, which has been vetted by the state DCA, which we recommend. There's also a resolution on the agenda for the for approval of engaging with a telecommunications consultant. This is just for the engagement. This is not for the for a 5G ordinance or anything to do with the tower, although there could be consultation with that consultant. It's important for the boroughs to have a telecommunications consultant because that area is very specialized, and we need someone who has the experience that is able to deal with these carriers. And you should bear in mind that when dealing with carrier requests, that there's an escrow created and the billing comes out of escrow. So that is something for the council to consider this evening. I have nothing further to report.
Okay, thank you. Next, Borough Engineer.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Department heads, and Englewood Cliffs residents. Here is my update for today. First of all, Floyd Street, DNL is done with all the concrete work. Milling and paving is scheduled for next Monday, Tuesday, weather permitting, and we're delivering the notices tomorrow morning to the residents and to the school and to 800 Sylvan and the town, Matt, and so on. We'll send it, post it wherever, every place it needs to be posted. Traffic will be closed for the milling during milling a little bit, and then for paving with help of police. It'll be closed probably for about 6 to 8 hours, I'm guessing, in front of the school there. Lorry Drive is another municipal aid grant that we have from NJDOT. Plans were approved, and we're planning on going out to bid this week, depending on coordination with QPA, with Sean, and needs to approve that all the languages is up to date and correct. And then we'll advertise it. Sean will advertise it as usual, and we'll try and get that one rolling quickly. 2026 roadway, so all that milling and paving was done, finished. And then per some of the console here, we added some striping, more than it was before. I think that turned out nice. There's some additional concrete work that Mark is coordinating with the contractor. If he wants to talk about it a little more, he can talk about it a little more. The sewer line, in the meantime, we had the nice groundbreak ceremony that a lot of you were present. And at the same day, they started the video. First of all, they're doing all the videos of all the line, so they can have an up-to-date situation, condition on everything. And then they should be finished by next week, and then they're going to start the lining process. That will take about a couple of months. It will take a while because we're repairing a lot of pipes on that one. Just a side note, what Intishan mentioned before. So we got some videos from the smoke test that was done a few years ago. Some of them are more drainage and sanitary, but they're along Sylvan Avenue here, 9W. And we're still in the process of reviewing them to figure out which part is which one is sewer, which is sanitary, which is storm. So it's still going to take a little longer for that. We continue to review construction plan and do the inspection for any seepage pits that are requested with coordination with Gino and the building department. And I guess that's it. If there's any questions.
Yeah, around both the school, do you plan to prioritize their work before the school starts?
Floyd is in front of the school, and it should be completely done by next week.
Upper school as well.
No, he's talking about the sewer thing, right,
No,
Councilman?
school. Yeah.
He's talking about, so you know how you're doing the lining and stuff, and I
Yes.
think the councilman makes a good
Right,
point.
yeah.
He's saying
Okay.
because you have 12 areas that are listed, area A through
Yes.
whatever. We want to make sure we don't create any congestion around school time with drop off and pickup. As we're getting ready to do this work, school is going to start
Thank
if it's
you,
taking
yeah.
2 months.
I
So that's what
appreciate
he's saying. Can you, out of the areas, prioritize the school location so it
So
doesn't get cluttered?
upper school,
Both school.
Both schools.
we don't have work in front of.
You don't have nothing in South Cliff?
Not in front of the Floyd.
Yeah.
Not in front of Northwood.
Yeah.
North Cliff. Sorry, I said
That's
South
good.
Cliff.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Apologies. North Cliff.
Okay.
Okay.
Nothing in front of that, but if I'll check upper school, I'll see if there's anything there. I'm not sure
Thank you.
on top of my head.
And I believe also you're coordinating, because Councilman, we have Lori Drive as one of the locations.
Right.
So that's why the Lori Drive was also taking a little bit longer. So Lori Drive's lining happens,
Yeah.
and then that's why they held off on the DOT bid for that. To go out to bid for Lori Drive.
Another one is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I
Yes,
have a
sir.
question regarding. Okay. I have a question regarding 9W.
Okay.
It's a state road, it's a county road. Why are we taking care of it and not involving the state and the county?
You're talking about just the,
But it's-
the testing, smoke testing, or anything
no,
else?
the testing was done.
Yes.
Okay. Now I know there's problems there from floods that I was reading. Why aren't we asking from the state and the county, each one of them, I don't know who, to participate to fix the road with the finance?
Because
why
we're-
it's taking all on us?
Councilman, because I don't mean to cut you off. It's because though it is a state route, the borough is responsible for sewer along everywhere in the borough. So when you pay your tax bill throughout, sewer is included. So the
Sanitary sewer.
sanitary sewer.
Let's be
Yeah,
specific.
so we're responsible for the infrastructure underneath. Veolia is responsible for water, and PSC&G is responsible for gas. So, but the sewer is the borough's responsibility, no matter where alongside the borough. We're
So
responsible.
sanitary sewer.
Sanitary sewer. Sorry.
Storm sewer and the road belongs to them.
Yeah.
So what do you do about that?
Storm sewer. Right. Yeah.
So far, we're trying to just coordinate with them on 9W. We're dealing with a little bit with that issue. That's we heard problem by Demarest. There's some flooding problem. So I did ask from them for records of their plans. We need to try and coordinate with them to come and do some maintenance on their systems.
Okay.
But the thing is, it's a state. It's a little bit of a longer process. It's not a.
That's fine, but they should be liable, and not
Yes.
anything should
I-
fall on us.
I completely agree, and we're not planning on doing any kind of repair from town's money for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Another note, and David, maybe you can touch base a little bit on this. The watershed inventory report, phase 2 or 3, is going to be coming up due by the end of the year. We did phase 1 that digitized the stormwater map, the outfall and the infall and the various inlets and things like that in the municipality. But
Neglia was involved.
now phase 2, phase 3 from the discussions from Arslan, your colleague, talked about how that's going to play an important role in additional work that we do when we're assessing the situation. So that is also probably going to be an item that's going to be on next month's agenda in order to correspond with the DEP. for this watershed inventory report, but the engineers need to do that, and that's going to lead to resources and partnerships with the state and funding resources. The Borough of Englewood Cliffs, because of the work that we're doing with the sanitary sewer improvements, actually leads into some of that stuff. So, at least from my conversations with Fast Tech, so that's what we're going to do. But that's going to help us look into areas like that as well. But I think the big issue was that, from David was saying in his report, a lot of people were inquiring what happened. There was some camera work done, and we finally were able to dig, and then I was able to put two and two together because the bid was awarded to National Water Main Cleaning Company. And I remember, Mrs. Geiger, you mentioned that company's name as well. And then that's how we were able to figure out that that's the company that did that in November 2024. So I think that was very important to have that data. And we were able to give that to the engineers. So we have that information. It happened on a weekend in November of 2024.
Thank you. That's very good job on your part.
So
just one question for you. When you do the video, would you be able to figure it out where some of the connection, the sanitary sewer is connected to the stormwater? Do you think you would be able to?
If there is any of that, yes.
Okay.
I'm
You are
not
keeping track of
necessarily certain that that will happen on that
if you
stretch.
keep the track of it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Then the question is, if you discover that kind of a situation, what do we do about it?
That will be with coordination with Gino and talking to homeowners. And I think at the same time also we have the thing in Tishan, we're trying to figure out on some kind of ordinance to tackle that. I think I mentioned in the past that there are some towns that have ordinances to prevent and mitigate or repair that situation, that we should have that kind of ordinance in Englewood Cliffs.
So 2024, when we initially have that kind of a video investigation or documentation process, we had a brief conversation, right? If we have the house connected with some kind of shouldn't connect it, that kind of a situations.
Correct, and
What is
that's
yeah. So now you're dealing with repairing or enhancement, that kind of a job right now, and if you have that, how you deal with that?
Ultimately, Councilman, we're going to try and separate them. If we have one that runs into the other, ultimately we have to separate them. And through the engineer's office and through like Gino, development, we have to do it on both sides. You can't just cut something off where somebody's house floods or things like that. But
in most cases in Englewood Cliff, you're lucky that you do have storm sewer in most of the town. So that actually is a relatively easy fix of connecting to the correct system. That's all we need to enforce. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, the Finance Department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The adopted budget that was adopted last month was sent to the state. It was certified by the state. It has been posted to the website. We sent it to the county to get our tax rate. The draft tax rate was received and signed off on. So we should be getting our final tax rate any day now. Once that's received, the tax collector's office will work on sending out the final tax bills, which will be for the fourth quarter of this year and the next 2 quarters of 2027. On the agenda, there are a number of procurement resolutions. Most of them are routine items that we normally purchase every year. Just with the QPA, that has been engaged, and based on the audit comments received last month, some of these resolutions are done to be in compliance with the purchasing laws and to go through our due diligence and make sure that we're getting the best pricing. The 2 resolutions that I think need attention with the dollar amount, one was regarding the tree removal, which we thoroughly discussed earlier. The second is the digital signs, both indoor and outdoor. This is for your parks and digital sign for in front of the Borough Hall. They're fully funded. All these resolutions
inside Borough Hall. Sorry.
Inside the Borough Hall. All these resolutions have been thoroughly reviewed by the QPA, like the administrator mentioned earlier, and I have looked into it in terms of the funding of the resolutions. They're either funded through your operating budget and or bond ordinances currently in place. Lastly, there are 2 tax lien redemption resolutions that have to do with the tax office. Those are basically outside liens that get redeemed through the process. The funds are basically paid by the homeowner when they're ready to redeem it, and the premium that's refunded is held in trust by the borough that just gets returned to the lien holder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question? Okay, thank you. Next, police department.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
First thing is the monthly report that I sent out. It's a little bit lengthy, but I wanted to give you everything that we've done over the course of the month. So I'm not going to do that every month. It's a waste of paper, and it's a little overwhelming. But I wanted to at least give an overall picture of what 1 month looks like. And why I'm doing that is, I would say probably 70 to 80% of the stuff that we do are smaller tasks, very de minimis things that you're not going to know about. We all know about arrests and the bigger events that we're dealing with, but the things that we're doing every day, child safety seat installs, alarm checks, just a basic assist of a resident, an aided case, nobody really hears about those things. So that report, like I said, it's a little bit much. Not going to do it every month, but I wanted you to see the full picture of what we do. I think it was 15 was the total events for the month. So it was 1,300 and call events, what we call calls or events or calls for service. And that's generally a lot more than most people think. When I tell them we do 1,300 dispatches a month, people are very shocked by that. They think we do 100, and we haven't done that ever. So it's always, every month they go up. You'll see from last year to this year, 10 to a 15% call increase, obviously because of new buildings, new corporations, new apartment buildings. And if there's stuff that you, like I said last time, if there's stuff you want to see in your report, just get back to me. But you won't see that every month. Traffic enforcement continues, as I said last month. There's been some ongoing complaints on Dillingham. And I don't want to bore you with statistics, but we do have a speed radar board on Dillingham. It's a permanently installed device that everyone knows when you drive by it. It flashes your speed at you, but it also retains all that information, which is usually helpful. So the complaints that I'm getting are from, they're just repeat complaints that seem to come in every year, and we haven't had the luxury of that unit there. So just real quick, and I'm not discounting the complaints in any way. We still are out there enforcing the radar there, the speed there, and everywhere else. But just so you get the volume of what happens on that particular street. We downloaded from January 1st to last month. Believe it or not, 67,912 cars have passed on Dillingham in that 7 months. Almost 70,000 cars total. Both directions, but that's a lot of it's a lot of cars. It is a cut through. People that don't want to sit on Palisade Avenue go over there. But 34.77% of those vehicles are under 20 miles an hour. 57% are under 30. So combined, 92% of all recorded vehicles are going below 30 miles an hour. The residents are calling and saying they saw somebody. They were sitting on the front lawn. They saw somebody going at 46. They see the person speeding. They look at the thing flashing. They see 46. They call us right away. And it's not to, again, dismiss their complaints, but we all have to understand that's a moment in time. We could have been out there 10 minutes before. We could have been there an hour after. They happened to see that event. And when you look at the statistics, somebody that's doing 46, again, doing all the stats, the reoccurrence rate on somebody doing more than 45 miles an hour on Dillingham is 25 hours and 10 minutes. It's called the reoccurrence rate, which means a vehicle would have to theoretically be stationed on Dillingham for 25 hours and 10 minutes before he encounters the first car doing above 45 miles an hour, and 25 hours after that for the second. So it just keeps it all in perspective. we're out there enforcing radar and speed on every street. That's a priority, but these emails are coming almost daily now. And the allegation that we're not doing anything is just not true. We're out there, and the statistics are showing that one event every 25 hours is something that I'm not going to put a lot of police resources on one street when there's more. Floyd Street's obviously a bigger issue with schools and much more of a residential population than Dillingham. Although they do, like I said, it's a major cut through and a large volume of cars. Any questions with that? Great. I just wanted to thank everybody for the emails, the calls, the text messages from the BA and then the council people and the mayor after the traumatic call we had. I'm not going to go too much into it, but you can all imagine the stress, the trauma that the responders feel after a call like that. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing this job. I've been a paramedic for longer than I've been a police officer. A call involving a child will never get easy. You have nightmares about it and dreams about it for weeks. It replays in your mind over and over. So the support was appreciated, so thank you all for thinking of us. One of the things I did, and I'm going to be doing it going forward, and I'm hoping it'll be a model for other departments, is they always tell us, if you need support, if you need a therapist or a counselor, call us and we'll send somebody. And as I was thinking about after this event, nobody's going to do that. No police officer, no EMT or paramedic is ever going to pick up the phone until it's too late, until they've had nightmares for 3 weeks, and they're not sleeping, or they start drinking heavily to numb their emotions. So what I did was the Saturday after that call, I had a therapist here in the room over here. He was here at 8 a.m., and I assigned individuals that were working to go and sit with him for an hour. They didn't have a choice. That was their assignment for that hour. Didn't have to talk. I can't force them to talk. They could have went in there and talked about the sky being blue, but they had to go sit with that gentleman. That prevents anybody from having to be the first person to pick up the phone, make that call, which we know never happens. And going forward, I will be doing that. Listen, it's not something that happens often. It's so infrequent, thank God. So infrequent that it won't happen often. But any kind of traumatic calls like that, our guys are going to be sitting down with a counselor immediately after. And I did get a call from 2 other towns right after that said that's a fantastic idea. That should just be the standard. So hopefully that will grab some traction statewide and that'll become a thing. Any questions with that?
I have
No?
a question. Sure. I read about your report. Total, what is the false alarm? Our cab, very frequently visited that place. Most of them, any mistake or false alarm. I have any question. Any those kind of false alarm happened, such for the fire department, they charge the fee. We have any plan or to prevent those kind of false alarm too much? Too many alarm is spending our time and energy.
Yeah, so we have a borough resolution, and I think you're allowed. I think I might have talked about this last month or
Yes, I raised it.
2 months ago. Yeah, I think there's 3 or 4 false alarms per year that are allowed, and after the 4th or 5th alarm, you can be issued a summons for. I think it was $25. Don't quote me on the exact amount. It's a pretty small amount, but there is the ability to do that. We have never done that. That is something we can discuss, maybe how we want to handle that. Generally, what we've always done in my 25 years here, we've had people to have 20, 25 alarms per year, and we'll go up there and talk to them and just say, this is dangerous for everybody. You have responders coming to your house. We all understand false alarms happen. You put in the wrong code, or you ran out the door, you set it off. But 25 is a little bit much, and most of the time we're able to resolve that so it doesn't become an ongoing issue. I think maybe in my career, Mayor, we've probably issued a fine 5 or 6 times in my 25 years. So we've been able to manage that pretty well. We can enforce it more. That's a discussion we probably need to have. There's, you know, the
Yeah.
ramification that people would be angry if they are getting a summons for the, you know, the 4th or 5th. So we have to look at that aspect too. That might be not well received either.
Yeah, we have to think about it. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then OEM, the only thing is that we put out that water notice. I think there's still a lot to be discovered with that. I don't even think we know the beginning of it. There's only 3 states that we know of that were hacked or attacked, and I'm sure there's many more that we don't even know about yet, and we'll know in the coming weeks, hopefully. I don't know. But we are safe. We are part of Veolia Suez. It's a large water vendor, so we are not a target. The 3 that we know were smaller. No, it was all smaller water utilities. Like I don't know, other than Park Ridge is the only town that I know of that supplies water for their townspeople, but I think everyone else is Veolia.
However, sometimes with these water utilities, they also because from what I understand, Veolia is a private company. They're not like Passaic Valley Water, where they're a public entity. So some of these water utilities, they also purchase their water. They outsource or wholesale their water and purchase it. So sometimes they might be doing some business, but to the reason why this is shared as just a general alert is because this is the best the borough can do in informing the community, because when you're a customer of Veolia, your information is with Veolia, and when you have your customer account number information. The borough, we don't have a water department. Our water department is Veolia, so we wanted to make sure to be cognizant of that, or cognizant of things with PSE&G, which is our third-party gas and electric, and then the water as well for Veolia. And that's why while the borough is okay in our operations, we just wanted to make sure everybody in the community is aware. Correct me if I'm wrong, Acting Chief. Yeah.
Correct. It's not like an overwhelming concern, but we did get 3 or 4 phone calls at the police desk about it. Are we safe to drink water? Because people hear bits and pieces on the news, and they're not sure of where it's at. So we get those calls, and that's why we put it out. It's a pretty frightening thing to hear if you don't know the details. And if we can just kind of quell some of the concerns, we're going to do that.
Okay, any question? No one? Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, fire. You are on the fire?
The fire chief is not here. However, he did submit his report to the governing, or to the public safety committee, and I'll just read this into the record. We do, both our fire chief and our assistant fire chief, they do deserve a well-deserved vacation for all their efforts they have been putting forth in the last month and the better part of the year. The report begins with him talking about that he's not able to attend the meeting in person. He said, it's a minimal report this month. Responses of note were a total of 3 calls for their high-angle rescue team on the Palisades Cliff. Fortunately, with 2 potential flooding events over the past month, it did not result in any serious life safety events for the residents. That's not taking away that there was issues that might have happened. He's just saying that property and just personal safety for our residents were intact. Our members also engaged with a motor vehicle extradition demonstration and practical and evaluated the latest rescue tool technology. The fire chief goes on to thank myself as the administrator, Rich, and Sean Canning, our QPA, for assisting with the processing of procuring one of those tools with a trade-off in an event end of life of non-functional one at the lowest cost to the taxpayers. That resolution is subject to approval to the mayor and council tonight. I do want to credit all the department heads for utilizing the QPA to their full disposal, because they've been doing an extraordinary job following and changing our procurement culture. Fire Chief Nikow is one of them, so we do appreciate his efforts. And then he goes on to talk about the ordinance that's up for adoption, public hearing and adoption this evening, and basically is talking about that, and thanks our borough attorney as well as our building a construction official for their assistance. And so we're very grateful to that. So, and if there's anything else, you can always reach our fire chief, Andrew Nikow, and his team, and we thank them for their services. And that is the extent of his report, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, the building department, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I just want to say things are moving along. We're slowly picking up new renovations, a couple of new homes. But this month we spent a lot of time with ordinances. I know Intishon and a borough attorney want to put together some ordinances, one on bamboo throughout the town, which I think we completed that. Another one, we had an issue with the state coming up with our resale and rental registrations. That something where they has to be optional. We can't make it mandatory. So we've been crafting something together with that we're working on. Another ordinance. I know that we're making some good changes with the fire prevention, and we're trying to put together an ordinance for the radio transmissions, for the emergency transmissions. But you have to realize something. It's once you start going to existing buildings and tell them to spend a lot of money, they're going to come after us. So we just have to make sure that everything is exactly precise of what we're doing, so we don't get sued with that, and we get what we need for the radio transmissions. Yeah.
While you were the subject, do you know what is the cost to the building owner for the transmission that we want to implement?
A lot.
What do you mean a lot? How much is a
Could
lot?
be $100,000.
What? Each building?
Could be. Depends if they need it. What happens is they go in and they'll test the building to see if they need it. If they need it, then they pay for the test. Then if they need it, they have to have a company come in, and they may have to run antennas. It's a tricky thing. I mean, to go into existing buildings, we have to make sure our ordinance is precise, that we don't get sued. And I know some of the changes we're making with the fire prevention, I think we could come up with a good system. I know when the chief gets back, Cal, we're going to sit down and we're going to go over this again, and before we put it in place. I just don't want to put something in place a borough attorney understands that we're going to have a problem with, because once you go in existing buildings, these people are going to complain.
Gino, if I may, Mayor, Council, going back to the bamboo regulations, just so you can just give an overview real quick, because you had an issue in the building department, and you want to just talk a little bit about that.
I've been through this
didn't
before.
come from thin air.
The bamboo is a horror. It's really not allowed. And what happens is you have people that put it in over the years, and there's some species of it that just grows wild, and the seeds travels under the ground. The problem we have is that we crafted an ordinance. We can't do anything about existing bamboo. If somebody put it in, the date that this ordinance goes in is the cutoff. We can't do anything about existing. But what I do is, if it grows underground and it comes up, I consider that new bamboo, and then we could go after that. And what we did was we put together an ordinance. Kathy went through a lot of different towns. We put it together where, if we come into that, which is going to be the problem, then what happens is they have to put a barrier at the property line so it doesn't spread underground, and that'll stop it. But it's a difficult thing to stop.
I know.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
DPW.
Good evening, everyone. Council.
Good evening.
Hope everyone is well, and hope summer's moving along nicely. A couple of things I want to reiterate. Much of the BA and the engineer, but all the paving's moving along well. Floyd Street will be milled and paved next Monday. The road closure should be between Hollywood and Van Wagner. I think it'll be open by the end of business on Monday, as well as Tuesday. We're waiting on Lorry Drive. That'll be the next DOT project. The 2025 road co-op is complete. The 26 is complete with the exception of some concrete work. That should be wrapped up by the end of the month, I anticipate. PSE&G did do a small segment of road on Castle Drive between Charlotte and Wood Road in anticipation of being ready for school. I do have one punch list item that I have to review with the engineer, and I'll get that rectified fairly quickly. Demo of the fuel stations will start at DPW next Monday, and that'll be done next couple of weeks. Should be extricated and paved. I have joined the efforts of the Shade Tree and dealing the work proposed. I'm meeting with the arborist this Saturday, and we'll finalize the list of work and throughout pruning and takedowns, as what we discussed. I will be meeting with the rec director in the next couple of weeks regarding EC Day as well as the 5K, road closures and details with that. But I'll let Dan elaborate on most of that. For the most part, all is well. Parks are open. We do have some work within the parks that we anticipate doing, some landscaping and reiterating once the concrete work's done, front lawn, Whitty Field, and things like that. But all's well, moving along well, Mayor. Well, until I have the information.
No, I think there's some more reference to the repair of the pump station. The pump station at the end of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Center.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
we're voting on things on it. I don't know if you saw that.
oh yeah, we have work being done on Hollywood Pump Station, so some of that work
Yes.
is in tonight's agenda regarding
Hollywood
some of
pumps. Yeah.
the upgrades that need to go to the pump station, because it's just aged out some of the stuff. But for the most part, that's moving along too.
Also, DPW is helping for summer camp, right?
I'm sorry.
You are helping for summer camp.
Summer camp, I didn't really take part in it, but I just picked up all the.
Yeah.
I think we're closed, right, Dan? So summer camp, so
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you guys were very helpful because we did extend
Yeah.
the camp.
Dan, we'll just wait to answer when
yeah,
we're done with,
just,
when we get
but
to
I,
your
I
report.
just did rec with summer
Sorry.
camp. Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry, Councilman.
Sorry, Councilman. Yes. That's about it.
Okay, no more question. Okay, thank you so
Thank you,
much. Finally, Recreation Department, please come out.
Thank you.
Hit the green.
Okay. Green means go. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. One of the big philosophies that the mayor and the administrator have put forth is about technology and communication. And we've largely created a two-way communication system which allows people to really collaborate with us, which is why the progress of the summer camp has happened, and why I get a lot of personal anecdotal feedback, which we work very closely together, the three of us, and we discuss it. So it's not unusual for me to get calls about what people want from the program. They definitely want affordability. They want, to hit their young children. They want safe programs. They want programs for girls. Sometimes I even get calls about people with complaints about trees, believe it or not. So we have a good system for doing that, and it's worked out really well between the various ways of going about it, and that's what's allowed us to have a lot of success with the camp. We had a peak enrollment of 174 campers, which is way up from last year. But we've also been able to do things like provide much cheaper meals for them. It was $7.50 for a meal. So rather than people, whatever they had to do to get their kids fed, we saved them a lot of money. So even though everything is up, we found ways to be innovative. We also brought in professional coaching. One of the reasons why we did that is because it's really hard for families to afford coaching. So we had in the camp every afternoon, we had all kinds of programs that included yoga, dance, basketball, soccer, volleyball, and tennis. We had targeted wellness programs where we included wellness sessions where we used art therapy to teach emotional regulation, healthy coping mechanisms, and self-awareness. I myself also attended a youth mental health first aid class through the National Council for Mental Well-Being. And one of the key things is that kids have an adult that they can trust. That happens because we have a through line of the same coaches that we're using for the programs you'll see for soccer, volleyball, and basketball that also worked with our kids in the summer. So it's a very important for everybody in terms of the relationships, because you never know when those relationships are going to have a profound effect. Working with the DPW, we actually did work very closely because we extended camp an extra week. The school wasn't able to provide us with the same facilities that we normally get, so we used the DPW to help us build basically a camp into the gym, where we had a place where the kids could do arts and crafts, they could eat, and then we took them on trips. We had 14 trips this year, 10 STEM classes. And also the collaboration to get the good food prices was because of our own Englewood Cliffs Eastern Kitchen, which is an amazing resource and a great restaurant. So that all went really well, and it ties us into our programs for this year, which you'll see. We also have our signature events coming up, which are always a close collaboration between the police, DPW, and recreation, trying to plan for Englewood Cliffs Day. We're already doing very well with the support from our local corporate sponsors and booking some fantastic events. We're going to have a K-pop component. We're going to have rides. We're going to have a petting zoo, a lot of food. It's a really great day for Englewood Cliffs and our partners. And 5K, we reversed the date, so the 5K is coming a little later because we found it's better to be warmer, for the Englewood Cliffs Day. Also, we continue to improve the resident engagement, partly through that communication, but also through our portal. We're getting feedback from residents about their experiences with the portal, and it gives us a chance to implement pop-up classes very quickly when things come up. We're also working on the communications process because that's something we've been really trying to improve through all the web, the portal, and also through the other updates that we do in the flyers. So looking ahead, we're just trying to get our partnerships together for these events, our trademark, our big events, and just to be committed to the principles that people are asking us for, to find ways to keep good, healthy family activities at a reasonable rate.
Can you refresh, what is the 5K days?
October 25th.
Okay. What is the EC days now?
EC Day is September 19th. Yeah.
Yes. So this year it's on a Saturday afternoon to allow people to have a little bit more time, and then it's going to be like in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken, Dan, a little bit
Correct.
longer period of time, so people can come, more people can come throughout the day, and also we moved it closer. Earlier in the fall rather than in October to Mayor and Council, because it's better to run in the fall. Like when, as a former runner myself, a long distance runner, it's better that you run a little bit later where the weather's the air is a little bit crisper. It's better for the runners rather than running in the summertime. And then EC Day, you want more of the kids to enjoy. You know, when the sun went down in EC Day, it got a little chilly. So it's a little bit easier to manage that. So that's why do a quick little swap. That way more people can, that we can increase the turnout, and we're capitalizing after the successful turnout from last year. And the feedback that Dan was mentioning on the success of summer camp, and just want to thank Recreation Chairman Councilman Mitch Kapsaskis, as well as the former Rec Chair Tim Katrubis, and members of the governing body. They're very big, and Mayor's also very big on this, to push things ahead of the calendar. We're getting better with it. We're not perfect, but we're getting better to try to get things out quicker. Like EC Day, the notice of saving the date is going to come out sooner rather than later. In the event that tonight's resolutions are passed with the soccer contract, volleyball, and basketball, those promotions from the portal are also going to go out as well. So we're trying our best to move things ahead of time, and it makes a difference truly. Coaches have more time to prepare for the program, not do the last minute thing and put something out there. And during the transition period, we had some issues like camp. We hired our camp directors, right, Mr. Director, ahead of time earlier in the year, in the winter, and they had ample amount of time to prepare a great experience for our kids. And that's the difference when you do things ahead of time, whether it's infrastructure projects, programming. When you start leaving things for the last minute, you might have trouble trying to adjust yourself, and that's why we wanted to create a little bit of window of time.
Okay, one more I want to add on here. I thank you, Dan, and the intention working with the Samsung. And this year also we need their strong support, and the LG Electronics also. I don't know how much they're going to support us, But I'm asking you send out all the brochure to send out the council member working together to get our supporter. If they have personal relationship, that'll be the better for them, for us. So don't forget those kind of documentation. Send it all the council member also to work actively. Okay, not just the behind the scene, just attending about the event. That's no good. I'm asking every council member actively involved in this event. That's my request. Please do that. Okay. Okay, thank you. And all our public office, they did their report, and then we're gonna move on public public hearing session in 5 minutes. I need a motion and second, and open the floor.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Liang, seconded by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions?
No.
Seeing none, motion passes.
Okay, any member wish to public speaking, please come out, raise your hand and your name and the town. Please come out, gentlemen. Yes, please come out.
Before members of the public speak, we're going to start with the folks in the audience first, and then we're going to go to the folks on Zoom. So that way it's easier for us to manage.
Yeah.
It's something that we've been doing for some time. And just for the record, Mayor, you only just have to state your name for the record. No need to state your address as per state law. Okay?
Maudit San, 11 Irving anyway. I would like to refer to the bamboo situation. Although it's heavily restricted by the state and by the county, there is no ordinance in Englewood Cliffs. So my personal problem is that my neighbor put a lot of bamboos just on the border by the fence, and all the roots are coming toward my building. You cannot control it, and it's growing like crazy. So I understand that there is no ordinance, and therefore it's more difficult. However, they did it with no permit, they planted it on the fence rather than the procedure calls for 15 feet away, and they didn't put any kind of plastic or kind of wood kind of barrier, so the roots won't go into the neighborhood, in this case to my own property. And I would ask mayor and the council to look into asking the building department to take actions for putting so many bamboo with no permit, without didn't follow the procedures in so many items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we want to pass this resolution tonight, right?
Yeah, so, sir, to the mayor's point, that is why we're introducing this ordinance tonight. It's going to require 2 readings for the bamboo regulations, because Englewood Cliffs didn't have any regulations for cultivating, planting, and growing bamboo in order for the building department and property maintenance to basically effectively hold folks accountable in terms of bamboo. So the town has to act off of the borough code. And now we're taking that action based on the situations that have unfolded in town in recent time. And we're introducing this meeting in the event that it passes first reading, and then it passes introduction for advertisement. Next month, we will have the public hearing on the ordinance, and then subsequently thereafter, the council will be voting on its adoption if there are any issues. So we are doing our part. Unfortunately, the building department can't just react to something unless it's violating state law, another higher level. If the borough code, there's nothing listed on there, the employees can't really do much, and that's why we're trying to correct that.
Thank you, I understand,
Yeah.
but the building department already told me that they cannot go retroactively on that one.
Yeah.
When they planted the bamboos, there was no ordinance, and this is a problem, and I'm trying to attack it to bypass it by different kind of having no permit and all the procedures that they didn't follow. Because the neighbor told me I had no ordinance, and the building department told me the same thing. We cannot go retroactively even if we have ordinance in place.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank
We're
you.
going to take care of. Okay. Yes, gentlemen. Comment.
Good evening. My name is Or Waknin. I live in 143 Demarest Avenue.
Can you
Sorry.
speak clearly?
My name is Or Waknin. I live in 147 Demarest Avenue. There are two construction sites that's happening to our west and east of the property, as well as in front of us. I'm here today because of an advice from Katie from the building department. There are three trees on our property line that are at risk of falling. I want to distribute some material for you and some evidence, and those trees are posing safety risk for me and my family and my children. On Friday during the storm, we had a big branch falling off, and the trees are shaking, and we have brought in an expert arborist, which I will give you his resume in 1 second, that advises that they should be removed immediately. The arborist was gone for the entire month. The town arborist was gone for the entire month of July, and I understand it is only coming in 2 weeks. After what happened on Friday, that we had our Jewish Shabbat dinner, we had to vacate this part of the house because the trees were shaking and they were about to fall. So I'm asking to pass some sort of a resolution or decision. I'm not sure what's the technicality of it, to allow us to remove the trees as soon as possible. So if it's okay, I'll just distribute some. And we're paying for the trees, just the removal by the way. This is the report and some pictures.
So, sir, the town arborist will be in town on Saturday, and if all checks out, we'll be able to simply, if everything, and I could reach out to the arborist himself over this issue, but in the event that it checks out, we could
Do you have
approve the
his
permit.
phone number?
Yeah, I believe I was on that email as well. If not, I don't. I'm trying because there's multiple matters on Dillingham. You said you're on Dillingham, right? Demarest.
Demarest.
Sorry, I was not probably on the email chain, but if you have issues to get in touch, I'll be able to help out to see things through to get answers directly. But these photos are helpful, and I will contact the borough arborist directly to get you an answer about your permit.
I don't want someone get hurt because we're waiting a few days.
Yeah, understandable.
We've been waiting for a few
I will-
months, and
I will reach out to the borough arborist tomorrow. I'll scan these images, and
I'm
then
sorry.
I'll-
I want to read the report so you understand the severity of it. Okay, so at your request, I examined 3 trees on July 16, 2026, located on your property at 147 Demarest Avenue, Englewood Cliffs. You're related to me that the property immediately adjacent to yours and known by address of 151 Demarest Avenue was under construction, resulting in substantial trench having been dug along the common boundary and near the tree, and near to 3 mature trees. So if you look at the first page of the photos, you can see the photos of the depth of the trench and how close it is to the trees. You can also see that 2 of the trees are leaning toward our property, and the roots that are missing are on the side opposing to my property, which means that when the wind comes from the west to the east, those trees are going to fall on my property and are going to risk my family.
I'm sorry, sir. We're at time. There's a 5-minute allotment, but we have a copy of your report. The council has a copy of the report.
Why we can't approve it tonight? Who's going to guarantee that this Friday is not going to have another hurricane coming?
Sir, 1 second. I'll answer. Your time is up, so I'm just going to answer the questions. We can't turn this into a back and forth. So you had your time. The answer to your question, because that's not the duty of the governing body to approve permits. I don't know what information Kathy gave you, but she is incorrect. So the council is not here. Their job is not to approve specific permits on that process. You filled out your paperwork with the building department. You did the right step. You did. I understand the severity of the situation. Once it gets flown into the arborist's agenda to go out there and respond, they will inspect it. They will sign off on it, and then they'll be able to release the tree bond, and they'll be able to do the work. But the council's duty is legislative here. What you're asking them to do something administrative. I said I will.
I'm asking to bypass the request to have the arborist inspect it in order to.
He will. And I said that tomorrow I will reach out to him, and as well as he will be in town on Saturday because he's inspecting shade trees in general. So what I'm asking you to do, sir, is that the council's duty here is legislative. They heard you. We will be in touch, and I believe I have a copy of your email as well. I will ask. Otherwise, I'll ask Gino, who's sitting back there, to forward it to me, and we'll take it from there. But you're asking the council to take on action on something they physically cannot. So it's not in their purview to just off of this information make a decision. There's procedures in municipal government that we need to follow. So, sir, I'm sorry.
No, I understand it's out of time, but this is a public safety issue, and we can go through the bureaucracy, the motion of bureaucracy of the town, and wait for the tree to fall on my house and kill one of my child.
I understand, sir. I understand your frustration.
You don't understand.
Sir,
okay, please calm down. Okay, we're gonna take care of the.
I will contact the arborist as soon as possible, but their council cannot vote on it. That's not along their duties. They cannot vote on a permit to pass, without going through its proper procedures. So, with that being said, we will be in touch, and we have to move on to the next speaker, sir. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next, please. Okay, Emma, please.
Matt, Mark, every time.
It's me. I said, I'll use my tour guide voice. I'm good, Mark. Don't worry about it. Only one comment to make. I was asking, because I'm going around and looking at all the houses, a lot of houses do not have numbers on them.
Yes.
There are no numbers on the curb, and there are numbers on the house. And so it's kind of a pain for shade tree commissioners, but it's dangerous for EMTs or for fire. You cannot see the number on houses. So I don't know if a reminder could go out to everyone, say, please put a number on your house, any kind of number, but there should be a number. And I remember many years ago, there was a painting campaign for the curbs, and that would be great to do that again.
I agree with that.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next. Yes, come up, please.
Karen Geiger.
Just give her that one, please.
But it's not on.
No, just Mrs. Geiger. And you can sit down, actually, Mrs. Geiger. So it's easier for her.
Okay.
You got the special.
You get the special VIP chair.
Special privilege.
Great. Okay. First thing, reminder: October is the last time that appraisals can be in for assessments. 800 Sylvan is occupied. It should be assessed, and it should be on our tax rolls. If you don't get this assessment in, you miss a whole year. Number two, sorry, can't see, falling apart. LG. Can I just?
Yeah, now you can talk.
LG, 40,000 for a digital sign. You just mentioned it was inside. $40,000 for an inside sign in Borough Hall which houses 10 people seems like an awful lot of money. Can you explain that? Professional services, 300 and change for 1000 Sylvan Avenue. Can you please explain what that is for? $7,233 for the professor from Rutgers. And in addition, you have Doug Watkins' firm being reappointed. Can you tell me how those two coincide? The professor was supposed to review the work. Why are we hiring Mr. Watkins, who has a somewhat troubled past, especially in Point Pleasant Beach, which cost the town over $300,000 on one of his other companies in the same field? Let's see what else I had here. The arborist on the bill list. We've been getting bills from Mr. Barbario each month with regularity, so I'm somewhat distressed that an emergent situation has not been reviewed by him and he has to come back again. You have an item of $40,000 on the bill list for approval with specific trees. It would seem to me that a tree that's in danger should take precedence. The tennis courts, can you please update us on the lease status and the negotiations for that? CFI 800 Sylvan, the telecommunications. I want to re-emphasize my very strong opposition to the appointment of ACE Consulting. There are significant questions about his past performance in other towns that cost them money because of lack of consultation with a council on design. It cost them over $300,000. I spoke to the mayor of the town myself to confirm what happened. You don't hire someone who gets a percentage of what he sells. That's not smart. This is not a real estate sale of a house. This is municipal assets that have a steady, considerable revenue stream each and every year into the town. On another item, the part-time clerk. I understand that the part-time clerk that you hired resigned. And his comment in his resignation letter was that he resigned because he couldn't maintain his full-time job, and this one, it really wasn't a part-time assignment. So I would question whether we should be having part-time clerks in this town. The prior clerks, not Miss Nadim, but each of her predecessors were not only full-time clerks, but full-time clerks who put in extra hours above and beyond in order to complete their tasks, and even then couldn't comply fully. So I am very concerned about this position being a part-time position. You don't save money on the failure to give information to people or to meet basic duties and responsibilities. And Mr. Ferraro, thank you for sending me that report. I appreciate it. And please send me a copy of the water main report, because my understanding is they were hired at the recommendation of Boswell in 2020, whenever they were initially hired. And I know from talking to them that they could not get access to Sylvan Avenue south of Palisade Avenue. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they got access, because I know the county gave it to them, but it was the wrong access. The state gave it to them and it wasn't accurate. So I don't know what they took pictures of, and I'm anxious to read it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mrs. Geiger. Before we move on to the next speaker, I will start. Thank you for the comment about 800 Sylvan and the appraisals for assessments in the month of October. Sarah, our tax assessor, is already on top of it. She actually said that matter has to wait till October, so she is working through that. She's aware of that. She informed Bob Ferraro, CFO for Osby, and myself that she is looking forward to accounting for that. So she said we can't do anything until we get closer to that time frame, but she is monitoring on there. I do encourage, if you do have any other further questions, Sarah is available 9:30 to 11:30 on Mondays, and her email is also on the borough website. But she is on top of added assessments, and she's over her tenure with the borough. I think just last year alone, with added assessments, she's accumulated $3 million. So she's doing what she has to do, but she'll. I understand. She knows 800 Sylvan is on the docket. And it is, and it will be. So she's on top of it. So Mrs. Geiger, I'm just gonna try to answer your questions, okay? For the LG, the LG is a mixture. There are signs at the park, and digital signage at the park, and indoor signage inside Borough Hall. That's why there's multiple. So that is because that's one of the transition items the municipality had when I had taken over, and it was. I understand. I understand. There's a certain list of items that when I was transitioning on and conversations with the rec committee, that there were certain expectations that they wanted to see things through, and the signage for LG was one of them in order to engage with the public. So there's a directory, there's notices posted there, they could view the games, and that is why we proceeded. But Mrs. Geiger, Mrs. Geiger, please, I'm trying to answer your questions. We do our best to try to answer with the public. I'm not trying to turn into a debate. I hear you. I'm just answering the questions, just like with other members of the public. I'm not trying to turn this into a public debate. Please allow me to get through the rest of my items, and then if the mayor and council wishes to give you the floor, I'm sure they would consider that. But I'm just trying to answer questions on information that I have. Okay, the next item, I'll let Bob answer the conversation about 1000 Sylvan Avenue, and also the information about Ace Telecom. I think it's very important. When you were also in the office with Mayor Park, one of the things you specifically told me was to go speak with Matt Mensch, the former borough attorney who is quite familiar with the case at Point Pleasant. The item before the residents here today and everyone in general is wireless telecommunications consultant. Yes, there's a variety of activity that a telecom consultant can do, but it is very important, if the borough is considering, they need to have one, because carriers are oftentimes reaching out to the borough to make upgrades on our macro site, like the cell tower, to basically improve antennas, to do all kinds of stuff that myself, the engineers, building department, we are not in the capacity to answer those questions. So many towns, RFP or competitive contract, similar to like the borough of Rutherford, where they have Peter Lupo, and the town is able to basically engage in a professional to review these proposals or inquiries from various carriers. That at the baseline is what the town needs to have, because oftentimes we do get inquiries from carriers that are doing all kinds of stuff. We'll give you a quick example. Last fall, T-Mobile reached out to the borough, said, I need to do X, Y, and Z. When we had our wireless telecommunications consultant, they immediately said, you need to pay an escrow, which they did to the building department, and then they talked to the carrier. Luckily, they did, because there's public safety equipment on our cell tower. So Gooseneck Communications had some issues, and they were trying to do something with their tenant upgrades. Things that Acting Chief Tracy wouldn't know. But 1 second. What? 1 second. So the other question you said with Mr. Watkins, there's no other matter before. In terms of the issue with Point Pleasant, according to Mr. Mensch, and Bob Ferraro can have a conversation about it, there was a previous mayor that left office. It was a political or administrative issue with the current mayor, the previous mayor went to the assembly, the new mayor came in, took office. It's an issue. We're not here to talk about Point Pleasant, but they had an issue with the right-of-way placement of the poles. So basically, with the company Municite, where I'm not getting into debates, Mayor. I just wanted to basically publicly state to the governing body.
What I'm urging this council is not to get involved with a telecommunications consultant who has
I know, but the town cannot, Mrs. Geiger, the town cannot engage on legal matters that are that you're stating here, because it's unfounded. There's no litigation. So I'll turn it over to Bob to talk about that before I comment on the rest of the items that you've
Oh,
mentioned.
there's been no. We spoke with Matt Mensch, who was involved. His firm was involved, and there was no evidence of any wrongdoing. So you know, I cannot chime in on this discussion other than say that. So
Moving forward, Dr. Professor Narayan did supply two reports on with his two invoices up until now. He is waiting on his final report, his subject matter witness. He's a subject matter witness that's separate from the telecom consultant. Yes, yes, and there are reports attached, and there is correspondence between Mr. Watkins and Dr. Narayan going back and forth over the issue. That is what we wanted. The council wanted an independent review, which is what members of the public has also indicated from town hall gatherings and things of that nature, and that subject matter report, that independent report, will be presented to the public in a presentation before the council takes any action. They have not decided they are going to go one way or the other in terms of holding or selling the asset. So Dr. Narayan is basically verifying and checking all the work, questioning our telecom consultant, who is the technical expert. And so that there's that. The other thing, as you know, you made a comment about the part-time municipal clerk position. We cannot, as a governing body or municipality, comment on personnel to that extent. The deputy clerk that had resigned had their reasons. However, we cannot comment on the position of full-time and talk about performance of an employee without following the proper procedures of rights noticing and performance-based matters before the council. So, however, I will tell you, much of what you see on this agenda and things that you've seen in content-wise, Miss Nadeem was able to do while she was in the part-time role. You know, sometimes Beauty Nadeem, for instance, has no other gig that she does besides this. And when she's not in Englewood Cliffs, she is with her family. So some people prefer this type of arrangement because it provides them a flexible work-life balance. However, that any personnel item is before the mayor and council to see fit. But a lot of the transformation you see today, the minutes being on time, all the agenda prep, all the work that goes on, it's not just myself. It's because I have a great municipal clerk who's actually on maternity leave. And the next steps will be discussed amongst the mayor and council when appropriate, with proper labor and municipal attorney advice. And Bob, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Nothing.
Okay, and engineers, would you please get Mrs. Geiger that report that I had forwarded to you, so she's able to have that in her possession as well. There's 7 business days, so 7 business days from the time that was taken, and we will provide all of that. I already saw it, you know, Ms. Geiger. It's a day 2 before the council meeting. There's a lot of other moving pieces. It will be, and that will still be handled amongst the support staff and myself, who effectively have to assume the role and handle certain things. So that is okay. I understand the duties before me, and I will make sure that your requests are met. All right, no problem. Mayor, unless any member of the governing body wishes to add anything else, or any of the professionals have anything else to add, we do have if there are no other folks on Zoom in person, we do have some folks on Zoom that wish to be heard. So, Mayor, if it pleases you, you know, does anybody have any other comments?
No
Okay.
question.
We do have some people on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. So I'm going to begin with Miss Wendy Alvarado. She's on Zoom. I'm going to allow you to speak, or can you speak? Oh yeah,
Yes.
oh yeah, you can speak. Okay, go.
Yes, hi. Good evening. I'm Wendy Alvarado, and I am one of the co-chairs with the Shade Tree Commission. And first of all, I wanted to start by thanking the mayor and the council, especially Councilman Leon, who participates with us in our meetings and is in our WhatsApp and hears all the back and forth. And thank you for your patience with all that back and forth. And of course, Intashan, thank you so much for your support. And I just wanted to let you know that yes, there's a list, and there was a hiccup with the list. However, to come up with a list, there was a lot of time and work that we put into it. And I wanted to remind you that we are volunteers, but we are putting our all into it. And I want to reiterate that Emma and I are fully committed to continuing and to making sure that we have a working Shade Tree Commission. And that's what we've been trying to do, to centralize the commission so that recreation doesn't get an email asking for a tree to be cut or things like this. And I suppose the gentleman that was there before, those are private trees in the sham, perhaps, or
Yes, that was a private tree.
that's a
So
private
yeah.
tree because at this point, if you look around, you will notice that many of the trees, of course, we cannot have all the trees on our list because we're not all over the place. But you can notice that many of the trees that need help in town have been marked with different colors. We have a system in place and we are creating new systems to make sure that we have an effective and efficient Shade Tree Commission. And we're also trying to save the town money by measuring the trees and trying to find different ways to do this. So if there's a hiccup, it will be fixed because we are committed and we are doing what we have to do and putting all the time and dedication that there is, as you heard Emma speak before. And I'm sorry that I wasn't there in person to support, but I'm recovering from surgery right now. But I just wanted to let you know that we do appreciate your support, and we know that you're behind us, helping us to do a better job. And because of your encouragement, we keep going because sometimes it's like, okay, forget about it. I don't have to do this. But because there's a lot to fix and we are working on it, but we are dedicated and we're not going anywhere. And whatever needs to be fixed will be fixed. But we are here working together with the administration, the government. We want this to work and we're fully committed and we're just all about the trees. And as Mark knows, I also thank Mark because he's been there helping us with our needs, and we're also like looking around and see what needs to be done, and we bring it up and it's considered, so our voices are heard as people in the community, and I do appreciate that. And I know the council and the mayor are behind us, so I just wanted to take the time to thank you for supporting us and to let you know that we are fully committed to make this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so
We
much.
appreciate,
Yes.
we really appreciate your efforts in this regard. Thank you so much, and we wish you soon the recovery from your surgery.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Um, if the mayor pleases, if there are any other folks that wish to be heard in public session or a public hearing, please feel free to unmute yourself and or try to get our attention or raise your hand. Otherwise, we will have to close. And when you do unmute yourself, please identify yourself. But if there's anybody else on Zoom that wish to be heard, please identify yourself so we can unmute you. You can raise your hand, or if you're on, it looks like everybody's on the Zoom platform, you can just unmute yourself or raise your hand.
No one
Nope,
seeing,
no,
no
Mayor.
one hearing. No one seeing, no one hearing. Okay, I wanted to close the public session. I need a motion.
Motion.
Any second. All in favor?
Yes.
Motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilwoman Begats. And then motion passes because everyone said all A's. Okay.
Okay, and now approval minutes, right? I need a motion and second to approve July 8th regular meeting minutes.
Yes.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Motion by Councilwoman Begats, second by Councilman Kapsaskis. Is that Councilman
Yeah.
Kapsaskis? Okay. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next payment of vouchers. Moving on to this month's bill list. I need a motion and second to approve resolution 2026-201, authorizing payment of vouchers of 2026 bill list.
When we get to the discussion, Councilwoman, after the motion is made, because there's a motion on the floor.
Motion. Who is the second?
I'm sorry,
Second.
motion.
Councilman.
Motion by Councilman
Liang.
Liang and second
Who
by
is the
Councilman
second?
Patel.
Yes.
Okay. Next, Mayor, they want to have a discussion.
Any discussion?
Yes. I have some questions.
Microphone. Turn on your microphone, please, Councilwoman. It's important that the audio gets caught. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I have start with the police department. Dr. Rosenberg, the eye doctor, which is my doctor too, and he's a good doctor. They are going to his office for examination, and we're paying directly to Dr. Rosenberg. Do you put it to the insurance before or not?
No. So the reason for that is pretty much out of everyone's hands. It's a contracted item. So part of the compensation package every police officer is every year they get a free eye exam.
That's fine.
And a free physical.
I mean, but what's wrong with putting it to the insurance and then reimburse them for the difference? You know what I mean? Or pay or whatever.
If you can negotiate that, Mr. Per hour, right? I mean, that's something that would have to be negotiated. It's a contracted item.
Insurance cover, right?
I have no problem with that either way, but it's gotta be.
I mean, it's strange to me, you know, they have insurance, good insurance, you know, and we have to carry all the burden. Well, we could part pay by the insurance or, you know. Okay, guys, no answer?
So we're saying, this is a possibility. We have contract, yes. The contract guarantee the doctor visit us. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, go. But the charge itself will go to the insurance first.
Yes.
And the pay the second. So what is the possibility? We probably don't know. We've never discussed. The first time I hear that kind of idea, which I have no position. I don't know. Okay, but it's one of the possibility here and there. So I'm not sure it's contradicted with the contract itself.
I don't know why it's contradictive. We are taking, I mean, we guaranteeing they're going to get paid, you know.
Because it's going through their insurance, so it's not. The borough wouldn't be paying it; the insurer would be paying it.
Yes,
I think
okay.
that's what the issue would be.
We're paying also for the insurance.
Is this the annual physicals to the police department?
Say it again.
Is this part of the annual physical package that we cover?
So there's a free eye exam
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
promised
yeah.
and a free
Yeah.
physical.
Right, exactly.
So each of them are.
I think the issue is that we're paying directly to the
doctor without going to the insurance.
We can't go through the insurance. We pay it out of our operating expenses for this because our GIF insurance is property casualty, and the only medical health insurance we give out is to each individual employee. So in their
I don't think she means the GIF insurance. I think you mean our health insurance, right?
Yeah. The reason they can't do that is because in the PBA collective bargaining agreement, it's negotiated in there that they get annual physicals and for eye exams as well. That's why the borough covers it. That's why the borough's honoring their.
Is it not every insurance they cover annual?
Right, but then they have to pay their copay and stuff like that. So
that's
basically,
what we are saying that we can pay the difference. Right.
That's a matter of negotiation. So.
Yeah, it would have to come before during the PBA. This was the arrangement during the PBA contractual arrangement, and we obviously can't talk about the inside of the contract.
I'm fine with it either way.
Yeah, but nonetheless, we agreed to cover 100% for their physicals,
right.
And we want and the borough. The position at the time, if I understand correctly, Mayor and Council, is the borough wanted to take that initiative to ensure that our officers, as busy as they are, that they're in good health, they're in good fitness, and there's no issues with them. So, but it's contractually tough to really talk about. I hope I answered that.
I mean, contractually we have those kind of benefits, but insurance company normally annually 2 times is covering, so they are submitted that the claim to the insurance company or whole 100% our town money pay for them.
Yeah, so there's a list usually, and then there's an invoice that gets submitted, and the borough pays through their OE. From what I understand, correct? Sure, over time, right? So the town pays via OE.
So that is not going to the insurance carrier?
So because it's a contractual item, the police department is actually engaging the company for these services. If we are successful in pulling it out of the contract in a future year, then it will go through the individual's health insurance, and they'll be responsible for their copay. But as it stands right now, under the contractual obligation, we're supposed to do it the way we are doing it currently.
Yeah, and I think it was designed, Mayor, because it incentivizes them to annually get their physicals. Because if they don't want to go to the doctor, that's their prerogative. You can't force them to go to
It
the doctor.
actually predates me.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
started before my 25 years ago. My understanding, and I'm just speaking from what I heard, is there was a time when there were many individuals were having severe medical issues that were causing insurance costs, and that was something that was offered probably 50 years ago, that you cops are not getting physicals and you're winding up with all these ailments that are causing us major expenses, the cancers and whatever else. If you guys would just go get a physical, maybe we can nip it in the bud. And they never would. So the town said, we'll pay for your physicals because that'll hopefully save us money in the long term on the bigger expenses of medical issues and larger ailments down the road. Now I'm talking obviously 50 years ago. That's changed. That can certainly be negotiated. And
3,000 something.
Yeah, Mayor. There's nothing we could do right now about it. It's on their contract that it would have to be up for discussion when the contract is up for renewal. I believe in 28. I think, right, Tracy? 2028 is the contract.
yes.
Yeah. She doesn't want you to go yet. She has a couple.
Another question.
I'm here.
Okay, GTBM. I don't know what it is. $30,000 and $19. What is that for? What?
GTBM is a IT vendor, so they
Okay.
supply all of the laptops as well as the body cameras and the infrastructure for that. The $30,000 is the tech upgrade for the body cameras. If we didn't do it by the end of the year, the body cameras would not upload to the server here at headquarters.
Okay.
So it was one of those, another mandate by the state that said this had to be done by December 31st. So
Okay.
hands were
That's
kind of
fine.
tied with that one.
Okay.
And believe it or not, they're one of about 2 vendors in the entire state of New Jersey that you can get that service from.
Okay. Question. I didn't know what it is. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Now I have another 2 items, and I think this goes to the administrator. One is the both I think public relation marketing. I don't know exactly. One I know who it is. The other one I don't know. Today business. What is that? 4,100.
Today's
Yeah.
Today business is an advertisement, like a public notice. So
Okay,
so
what did we
it's
do?
USA Today business. So NorthJersey.com, their parent company is USA Today. So if you ever see an article online on NorthJersey.com, on the top right, it's USA Today. So sometimes you pay different. When you pay North Jersey ads, when you send it to Bergen Legal, you're paying USA Today for the ads that Beauty also had sent clerk's office. It could be the Board of Health, but every, I think, what is it, March? Since March 1st is law, we have to still send routine notices to folks to remind residents. There's no longer municipalities are required to basically send notices to the paper, but they're required to still remind residents to go to the website if they want to have access to the public notices of what's going on. So, for instance, we have 3 ordinances that are scheduled for adoption. Sometimes for good measure, we do send it to the paper, but basically you take those notices and you put them on the website. But Beauty still, and the borough, every month, once a month, we have to send out this notice to the paper on top of some other special circumstances. We might be advertising a position and we might be doing that, but we still keep these vendors because we might still need to get in touch with the paper. Same thing with the Star Ledger.
Okay, so 4,100 is what for stuff that was.
I have to
before?
look at it,
Or
but it's
an annual fee.
no.
or-
So for that month, it's probably for that month. USA Today. I have to look at the invoice on top of me. I don't have the sheet right now in front of me, but Shuaib, do you have it in front of you? Yeah, right. So we have to look at it in depth, but we can touch base with you, Councilwoman, just to
Okay.
give you the overview on that.
Okay. Another thing is that fuels for fuel storage tank. Do we have above ground? Okay, and you are testing it. The company is Verdantas LLC.
Yes.
Who are they?
Oh, you want me to? I could help you out with that. So, Councilwoman, Verdantas they're getting paid through a capital bond ordinance, 25-10. It's not through operating budget. It was a proposal that we've approved. I think it was the last council meeting, David or Mark. So basically, this is part of the oil tank removal project that the DPW was cited for from, I think, was it federal government or the state government? I forget
yeah.
who it was. It was
State,
DP, New
DP,
Jersey.
yeah.
Yeah. So DP wants this out. So we obviously need to do boring and testing of the soil, and you need to get a LSRP. So we did a public services agreement last council meeting with Verdantis to test the soil, to be present when this is being removed, and because we also, the month before that, we also hired the contractor. But this is not coming from operating expenses. It's coming from capital expenses.
I don't care where it's coming from. It costs money.
Yes, but it was previously authorized.
Okay.
And covered through the bond.
All right. Another thing that I don't understand, and it's large items, the tax liens, 41,151. It's a trust fund, Christina. Tax lien 20,100. Do you know what
That's on this resolution. So that's a redemption of lien, tax lien. And Shoaib, you want to touch base on it? You have two resolutions on
You're
that for
halfway
tax
through.
sale certificates.
You're halfway through.
The what?
So this is, as I said in my report, this is the tax lien redemption. So when properties don't pay taxes on time, we do what's called the tax sale. Investors come in and they bid on it, and they get to put a lien on the property. After some time, the homeowner will wake up and they'll come back and they would want to redeem that lien. So it's basically money that's coming from the homeowner. The borough acts as a trustee. So we take the money from the resident or the homeowner, we process the lien redemption, and we reimburse the lien holder back for their investment plus the interest. In addition, during the process, there is also a premium that's held in trust by the borough that gets returned back to the lien holder. So this is not taxpayers' money. It's basically the homeowner redeeming the lien and the money going back to the investor or the lien holder.
Okay. So this is a service.
It's basically we are acting as a trustee and coordinating the transaction between the resident and the investor or the lien holder.
And Councilwoman, in consent agenda, you have those two addresses on the agenda as well. It's just we have a timeline.
Connect the dots.
Yeah, and we just have to meet the timeline for the tax collector to do this, correct? Because he has to report this to some.
Correct. The redemption is calculated for a specific date, which is the council meeting date, so the investor or the lien holder doesn't have to wait too long to get their money back.
Okay. Another one is also administrative business cards. I know it was mentioned before by somebody, I don't remember who, but there were two business cards sets that cost $220, which I think is very high. But on top of it was that it was shipped overnight, FedEx, $39, and the place of the printer is on Main Street, Fort Lee. I don't see why did we have to spend the $39 to be shipped from Fort Lee Main Street? Well, we have cars that belongs to the town to bring them. And what was the necessity for overnight shipping for business cards?
Yeah, I have to double check. I have to see which staff member, what names were listed on that. Like I said, Councilwoman, I don't have that in front of me. I think the point is well taken, and I thank you for bringing that to my attention. I do thank the residents as well that have noticed this type of stuff, but we will take a look at that. I do believe that there were staff members as well as some governing body folks that were moving away. I mean, the two boxes for the rate, I mean, that's pretty standard, but the overnight going out there when we could have probably sent somebody to go pick it up, that's something that we will improve it, that operation in terms of what we need to do. But I'll have a conversation with our administrative staff, and obviously I take the responsibility on that one to improve that operation.
Okay, then I'm done. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I have a question about it. The PR company paid about $1,200, something like that. I understood about it. This PR company and we cooperate together, and maybe they can issue about it newsletter, and we supporting any sponsor company or any other outside business. We can combine together, and then we don't have any fee. But who made this contract? This PR company work for what? for what they are doing. And then this is ongoing charging every month, or who made this decision? And I fully don't understand. I heard about it. This is free of charge. Maybe this is my misunderstanding.
Yeah. So there's a quite wide range of things happening here. The town is rolling out furthermore communications outside of the capacity of our administrative staff. So we have our social media, we have our borough calendar to be on time. We have website articles that we're posting on there to further engage. Things that are outside of the toolbox of our administrative staff, or just the workload of our staff. So this person, and it was properly procured, where we didn't need to require to do a resolution.
When we did a resolution.
No, we did not need to, is what I'm saying, Councilman. As a mayor, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
no. I don't know. We have to fully discuss about this matter. What is the pro and cons? I don't know. Our the borough. We need any outside communication. We need it.
Yes.
It's annually almost $20,000 spending
no,
here.
It's not 20, Mayor. It's under 17. It's just like it's about 16 or 15,000. It's a retainer that's below the quote threshold. So it's actually a home run deal on that type of thing. And we had multiple quotes, so that's why a resolution was not required to do that type of service. But now we're able to get things out to the community quicker, put a borough-wide calendar out with condensed information. We're able to do a lot of different things without
borough calendar last year, maybe actually this year we issued about it.
We were late.
Normally done by the DPW, right?
That's just recycling. So now we're putting everything together. It's just a recycling and garbage calendar. So what we're trying to do is put more information that of different things that we're doing. Scrap metal pickup day, shred day. We have EC day on the calendar. When are the council meetings? When are the planning board meetings? Et cetera, et cetera. So that's it's a more comprehensive thing. In addition to our quarterly newsletter, and so on and so forth. So it is cost efficient. It is rather low, and plus the borough is also
changing the image.
I'm sorry.
Changing our
Yes,
image.
and it's also putting our more of a public-facing interactive image to the community. We also are rolling out social media. So the borough, it will be launching their Facebook page soon and their Instagram page to interact with the community a little bit more on social media. But Mayor, these outsourced vendors, this is what they do. So you might say, well, we have team members in Borough Hall. Well, you have a deputy registrar that's doing marriage license, dog licenses, and things of that nature. You have another admin assistant that's doing administrative work and some other work. Sometimes doing that type of stuff where their workload is a little bit spread out, it's a little bit easier to manage that when you're able to call somebody to take care of that. So retainers are helpful. That's why, for instance, we were able to have the groundbreaking ceremony we did. If you recall, the groundbreaking ceremony was organized.
Okay, let's see about a test of a couple months, and if we don't get any result, we can stop it, right? So
Yeah.
this one is a 1-year contract, or how long?
Yeah, we can stop at any moment.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
month to month.
got it. Okay, got it. Okay, any further discussion? Any question? No one? Okay, I need
Roll call, Mayor.
roll call, please.
On roll call, Councilwoman Begats?
Yes.
Councilman Liang?
Yes.
Councilman Patel?
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis?
Yes.
Councilman Lee?
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis? Councilman Katrubis? Councilman Katrubis?
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, we have 3 ordinance for adoption in this agenda. I need a motion and second for the second reading of ordinance. Ordinance number 2026-12 regarding fire prevention. BA roll call, please.
Anybody with the motion in second?
I need a motion.
Motion.
And second,
Okay.
who is the second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis and Councilman Liang, seconded by Councilman Patel. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats,
Yes.
Councilman Liang,
Yes.
Councilman Patel,
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis,
Yes.
Councilman Lee,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes.
Okay, read the ordinance number 2020-12.
Ordinance number 2026-12, an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 17 of the Borough Code entitled Fire Prevention. Mayor, before we proceed, the ordinance before the members of the public is some clerical amendments that were recommended from the DCA. So if it so pleases the mayor and council, I think the governing body should hear just a brief overview from Bob Ferraro, and so the members of the public know what were the changes and what happened.
Right, the ordinance essentially is in the same form. There was just some words that they wanted changed, like certification to license, and we made those clerical corrections, and that's what's before you.
Yeah. So that's why, Mayor, we need to vote on the amendments to accept them, and then we open the floor, and then we would, if it so pleases the mayor and council, we would motion in second to basically adopt and advertise the amended version of the ordinance.
So I need a motion for the amended ordinance.
Yeah, to accept the amendments.
Yeah, accept the amendment.
Mayor's requesting the motion to accept the amendments of ordinance number 2026-12 as listed and stated by our borough attorney and what's in front of you, members of the governing body.
Yeah, my motion. Second.
Motion by Councilman Liang, seconded by Councilman Patel.
Roll call?
Yep, roll call.
Okay.
I was waiting for you, Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
Councilwoman Begats?
Yes.
Councilman Liang?
Yes.
Councilman Patel?
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis?
Yes.
Councilman Lee?
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis?
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion and second to accept the amendment of
No,
ordinance.
we already did that, Mayor.
No, you're gonna to just revise
No,
one.
we already passed that to
Okay.
accept. Now we're going to the public hearing.
I need a motion and the second for the floor public hearing regarding 2026-12 only.
Motion.
All in favor?
Second.
No.
Motion by Councilman Liang, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Okay.
And
all
no
yes.
abstentions. Mayor, motion passes.
Yeah.
Now the floor is open
Really?
to the public on ordinance number 2026-12 only for any member of the public that wishes to comment on this ordinance. This is the fire department one. Okay.
Nobody? No one seeing? No one hearing?
I don't. From anybody on Zoom, if you wish to be heard, just unmute yourself on this ordinance only. Mayor, there's nobody.
No others. Okay. I want to close this public portion. I need a motion.
Motion.
I need second.
Second.
All in
Motion
favor?
by motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Liang. There you go, Mayor. You can go now. All in favor?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
right.
Everyone is okay.
All right,
Yeah.
motion passes.
Okay, and then
Now it's motion to adopt and advertise ordinance number.
yeah, I need a motion and a second to adopt
Motion.
and advertise the ordinance number 2026-12 regarding fire prevention with the amendment listed.
Second.
Motion. Second. Yeah.
Motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Liang. This is the motion to adopt and advertise ordinance number 2026-12 as with the amendments. Roll call, Mayor.
No, any discussion?
Oh yeah, any discussions on it? Final discussion.
Any discussion? No one? Okay, roll call please.
On roll call, Councilman Begats,
Yes.
Councilman Liang,
Yes.
Councilman Patel,
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis,
Yes.
Councilman Lee,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion passes and ordinance number 2026-12 is hereby adopted.
Okay, I need a motion and a second for the second reading of ordinance number 2026-13 regarding handicap permit parking spaces policy. Roll call please. Motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Patel,
Second, I need second.
Second.
second by Councilman Kapsaskis.
Again, roll call please.
On roll call, Councilwoman Begats,
Yes.
Councilman Liang,
Yes.
Councilman Patel,
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis,
Yes.
Councilman Lee,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Would you read the ordinance number 2020-13?
Yes, Mayor. Ordinance number 2026-13. An ordinance to create Chapter 7B entitled Handicap Parking Policy to provide for a policy for the creation of handicap parking spaces in front of residences.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion and second to open the floor to the
Motion.
public for the comments ordinance number 2026-13 only.
Motion by Councilman Patel,
Second.
second by Councilman Kapsaskis.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay.
Um,
The floor is now open for the public. Okay, yes, Ms. Karen Geiger, please come out.
Two questions about this. One, why
Is it on?
it's okay. I don't.
It's just because Ms. Geiger, I need it for the minutes, and sometimes it's hard to, it's and folks
people on the Zoom.
online also need to hear. That's why it's very important that our audio works.
Thank you, Mark. First of all, where did the need for this come from? I'd like to know. Two, as I understand our community, most people in our town have a driveway adjacent to their homes, which is closer than the street to their front doors. So I'd like to understand a little further why people would want to have a designated spot in front of their homes for their use only if that is not a primary access. Because in the southern part of town, your driveway is almost adjacent to your front door. And in the northern part of town, where you have longer driveways, the front door is further, and therefore the street is further. So why are we creating this ordinance which sets up something that I don't understand the need for? Or maybe somebody could explain the need for that in this community given the way we're configured. Thank you.
So sometimes I've seen in towns where the person has a driveway, but it's more difficult to park in the driveway than it is in the front of the house because of the slope of the driveway or some other features. So and there's also no procedure if they do need one. If they don't, I don't know if there's any places that don't have a driveway.
Whether there's a need or not, we did get a request. This all was prompted by one request, and like any administration should, you first, when you do it, you have to base it off of your borough code. So somebody comes and requests for a handicapped parking space. Yes, they can get placards and do all the kinds of stuff with the DMV, but we had no way of issuing a parking space. And as you know, they're constitutionally wise, we do need to have a process with people because it's a public roadway. So if people want to make it and there's the public safety, the police department reject it for any reason because they would be inspecting all of this and reporting things and signing it off, we and the clerk's office needs a process. And we actually just didn't have one. And we had we have 3 or 4 in town, Chief, give or take, but there's no process and there's no process for renewal. So now if somebody, God forbid, they move out of town or pass away, what's the process to remove it, right? And so we just need to have something so there's something on paper for us to reference for like a situation that we just had recently.
So do the police have,
Yeah.
all the details, do you have sufficient guidelines within this ordinance that enable you to reject or accept a parking spot in front of a home?
It asks them if they have a driveway. However, things like Bob said, it could be they have to explain why, if they're requesting a space, why can they access their driveway, and that is taken into consideration. Obviously, we have to be. It's a case by case.
Police are protected
Yep.
and have sufficient
Yep.
guidelines within the ordinance so that any
Yep.
decisions are not
It-
arbitrary,
it-
Who is the ultimate decision making?
So ultimate decision, I'm glad you brought that up. So this allows for administratively for us to begin, but every 6 months, and it's not like Englewood Cliffs is getting handicap requests of parking spaces every single time, but every 6 months, the council will have to do it via ordinance, if I'm not mistaken, right, Bob?
Update the ordinance.
Update the ordinance with a list of locations. However, at the next council meeting, immediately they would codify it via resolution. But every 6 months, they would take the list and they would codify it because it is technically local law. It's a parking law with the signage that you post if you have handicap, and that's what the town would have to do. I'm not sure if those 3 locations were a part of a parking ordinance, but that's the way it's supposed to be. Technically, any kind of thing or any kind of fine that a police department is supposed to issue or anything, and they're supposed to base things off of a code, and they had nothing to go off of, and now they would if there were any violations of handicap parking spaces, specific handicap parking spaces issued to specific homeowners. So that's a process procedure. And Bob, did I miss anything on that?
No.
Okay.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay, no one seeing and no hearing, and I want to close this public session.
Motion.
Second.
Okay.
Motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilwoman Big Gats.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, no first. And
Motion passes.
motion passes.
Okay.
Okay, I need a motion and second to adopt and advertise ordinance number 2026-13
Motion.
regarding handicap permit parking space policy.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Liang.
Any discussion?
No.
No? No one. Would you roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. On roll call, Councilwoman Big Gats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion.
Mayor, motion passes and ordinance number 2026-13 is hereby adopted by the borough governing body.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion and a second for the second reading of the ordinance number 2026-13 regarding
14.
14, I'm sorry. 14 regarding no knock policy. I need a motion.
Motion.
Who is second? No second?
Motion by Councilman Patel, seconded by Councilman Liang.
Roll call, please.
On roll call, Councilwoman Big Gats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes.
Okay, please, would you read about ordinance number 2026-14?
Yes, Mayor. Ordinance number 2026-14, an ordinance to amend Chapter 4 entitled General Licensing to provide for a no-knock section of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I need a motion and second to open the floor
Motion.
for the public comment of ordinance number 2020-14
Second.
only. Okay.
Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis, seconded by Councilwoman Big Gats and Councilman Patel.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now floor is open. Anybody else come out? Yes, Miss Karen Geiger, please come out.
This one concerns me. No knock, well, we've all been pestered by people knocking on our doors. The biggest culprits have been religious organizations that come to our doors at odd hours in the morning and before going to their respective places of worship. They are exempted. My concern here is it doesn't deal with children doing solicitations. There's no exemption for them if they want to sell Girl Scout cookies and go door to door. That's a solicitation. What are you doing with that, or any other project that arises out of the schools?
There's an exemption for charitable organizations, which they would fall under. Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts.
But what if it isn't the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts? There are a lot of things that children do and go to homes and ask for contributions or whatever they're doing. I don't think anybody wants to eliminate children from doing canvassing for whatever purpose they're doing it. The other thing is I remember a situation a few years ago which predates most of your involvement on the council. Actually, Z, you may have been on the council then. When the police department, off duty, canvassed door to door. It wasn't political, it wasn't for the election of someone per se, it was for a goal. How are people who do that exempted from this? We certainly don't want to cut off residents or public employees who choose to from knocking on doors and talking to people. I know I went around with LG petitions many years ago, as did many others, to lower the height of LG. That's not political, I mean, in the classic sense of political. you don't want to cut off that kind of solicitation.
That's not the kind of solicitation that this ordinance would process.
Your
It talks.
ordinance is generic. It says you're now redefining it.
It says goods and services. Like it says.
I'm just suggesting that you take a little more time here and define this ordinance a little more clearly so no one gets fined or harassed or targeted for doing something that no one in the community would really question or want to stop.
So
that's all. I don't think that this ordinance, as it's written, is specific enough in defining the terms of what is permitted and what is not. It's very general, and general ordinances lead to litigation. And if nothing else, if they don't lead to litigation, they lead to unhappy people. And we don't want that in our community.
So while Bob is clarifying some stuff for the members of the council, because I know they would probably love to know, this is a volunteer registry. Like, automatically the town is not put into this. So folks that wish to be a part of this, because there are part of members of the community that just don't want to be contacted. They don't care what it is. They want something like this out there so they're able to not be solicited for some sort of goods and services or some business, and they could do it. If nobody wants to be on the list, no, I understand, but the question
is not whether a no-knock policy is a good thing or bad.
I understand.
This one is written is not specific.
I hear.
How is a child going to even know that there's a no-knock list to come to a police or wherever this is and say, I'm going to be doing counseling. LG people, if we had a difference in
Technically, everybody in town that's soliciting goods and services is supposed to pick up a solicitor's permit as per the borough code. And in the borough code, when you do it, because that way you keep the community safe, there needs to be a background check from the police department of anybody that's going. Even some young people, they pick it up at Borough Hall. They're told if a police officer notices somebody going door to door, they just say, hey, go pick up a permit or have your parents go, and they're able to have that, and they're double checked, because we need to know from.
I am very much against this. I made my opinion.
Yeah. Bob, did you?
Need your explanation because it's not in the interest of our very small community as written. You're asking for trouble in this. You're asking for unhappiness. You're adding a level of bureaucracy that's not needed as this is written. As it's written.
If nobody wants to sign up, they don't have to sign up. That's the point as well. I just want to state to the council.
Sign up because they don't know what specifically they're excluding.
She wants more categories to be emphasized here, like religious organizations. Okay,
if we specify here, everything will be maybe a bunch of the condition, right? How we can define all the human being, and then we can in advance discuss with the police department, and we are not going to give any the harassment or maybe pressure to them. They can in advance discuss about this matter. I think that's a public portion.
Mayor, I think the police department should take another look at this and see if they could embellish it so that we don't have a problem. That's all.
How we can
I have the ordinances presented. I mean, if I'm guided by the mayor and council. I mean, we have a provision in here that the Englewood Cliffs Police Department Fire Rescue is exempt.
That's not the examples I gave. I just gave 3 off the top of my head.
She's saying some of the children that are not part of some sort of nonprofit.
What are they doing?
What are they doing though? What would children be doing that's not profitable?
Selling solar? I mean, what are they doing?
What are children doing? I don't know what project they may have in the school.
That's charitable. That's not.
That's not charitable.
But that's also a government educational institution. So if they're going around,
that's not exempted.
Is a school in there, Bob?
Exempted.
They can sell about it, cookies or maybe they're fundraising
That's
for
nonprofit.
their.
That's a nonprofit. If they're selling
School.
School. Oh yeah, school. Is the school listed in there, Bob?
Not specifically, but I mean, you know.
School is a non-profit.
With the language and not changing it to be more accommodating and more open. If you have another LG, people shouldn't have to register.
So my view is, we hear the resident have certain type of concern, and this is a lot of gray areas, difficult to clearly define all kind of situations. So we have certain options, right? One is we hear it and then we vote on see if we can pass or not. Second one is we preserve a little bit more time to talk about it. So otherwise, we're gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
listen,
we're just trying to get the info out there. I mean, it's up to you guys. I mean,
This item is just hard to imagine all kind of a scenario.
Yeah, but we cannot list all the
already-
scenarios also,
It's also it needs more time. I would put it to table it for now.
So Councilman, that's definitely up to you. We just have to do that after this because we have to close the public hearing and then we would have to do that.
Okay.
So Mayor technically still hasn't closed the public hearing, so we have to see if there's any other comments and if there's anything else, then you guys can just
any
move ahead.
further any further comment, and then we're gonna close it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No
Any
one
other
saying, and then-
any other comments from members of the public, online or in person? Seeing none.
Okay, none. Okay, I want to close the public session,
Need a motion.
and I need a motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Liang, second by Councilman Patel.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, so we
Any
need
opposed? Any abstentions?
Yes.
None. Motion passes. Okay.
No, he wanted to. Table
So
tabling.
Councilman, that's.
Councilman.
I want to table it for now.
You have to motion for it. You have to.
Tabling.
Councilman, you have to say I motion to take.
Okay, I second.
Okay, so Councilman, just for the record, you are motioning or moving to table
Table it,
ordinance number 2026-14, the no knock
14,
policy.
yes.
Okay. Let me just mark this on my notes. Motion to there's a motion to table on the floor for ordinance number 2026-14 by Councilman Patel, seconded by Councilman Liang.
Roll call, please.
On roll call, Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis. Councilman Katrubis.
Okay.
Did you did you
Introduction.
Councilman Katrubis? I didn't hear you.
I think it's mute.
Hey, can you wanna unmute yourself? Okay. Okay. Motion passes. Ordinance number 2026 14 is hereby tabled.
Right.
We'll look into some
And
of
we'll
those,
revisit this with the borough
items.
attorney and the police department. Thank you, Mrs. Geiger. Okay. Let's see. Let me just mark this. Apologies. Okay, Mayor, you can move on to the introduction.
So we are on, excuse me, for an ordinance number 2026-15. May we have a motion for the introduction and first reading of ordinance number 2026-15 for bamboo regulations.
Give me a second, Bob. 1 second.
That is.
We're on. We need a motion and second for introduction and first reading of ordinance number 2026-15.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis, seconded by Councilwoman Begats.
Roll call.
On roll call, Councilwoman Begats,
Yes.
Councilman Liang,
Yes.
Councilman Patel,
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis,
Yes.
Councilman Lee,
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Clerk
Okay.
will now read the ordinance number 2026 by title.
And ordinance number 2026-15, an ordinance adopting regulations for the planting, growing, and/or cultivating of bamboo.
Okay,
And now we need a motion, and we need a motion and second to introduce and advertise ordinance number 2026-15 for public hearing in accordance with the law.
Motion.
No. Second.
Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis, second by Councilwoman Begats. On roll call, please. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Motion passes. Ordinance number 2026-15 is hereby introduced. Bob, did you want to just do this? On the agenda we have ordinance oaths and appointments. Each of these two resolutions require a separate motion and second and roll call vote. And then before we get to the consent agenda, just so members of the council are aware, we need a motion and second to basically adopt resolution number 2026 -202, resolution accepting the resignation of Casey Kimmel as temporary deputy municipal clerk.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis, second by Councilwoman Begats. On roll call. Bob, I was hoping somebody would say it. Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis. Mayor, motion passes. Resolution 2026-202 is hereby adopted. Next up is resolution number 2026-203. We have resolution appointing Thomas Quinton as fire inspector for the Englewood Cliffs Fire Prevention Bureau. We need a motion second to approve resolution number 2026-203.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis and Councilman Patel, seconded by Councilman Liang. On roll call, Councilman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Mayor, motion passes. Resolution number 2026-203 is hereby adopted. Next on the agenda, we have approval of resolutions, the consent agenda items. We have resolutions number 2026-204 through resolution number 2026-220. We need a motion and second to adopt the consent agenda. After the motion second, we can have a discussion.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis and seconded by Councilman Liang. This is enacted in one motion. Any discussion?
Yes, for 209. I would put it for the table.
Okay. So I think Bob, from Robert's Rules of Order, he would just strike down the resolution, or because in the voting box we only have a, nay, abstain, recuse, and absent. So he would just vote nay on it, right? Because you can't just pull it out of the agenda unless he's requesting to pull the item on resolution out to vote on it separately.
So was that your request? You want to vote on?
Well, he's saying to table it, but we can't
table
table one item from the consent agenda if it's enacted in one motion.
You want to pull 209 out of the consent agenda?
Yeah, and then you would have to do that, right?
Yes. Do we have a second to pull it out of the consent agenda?
Okay, so let me just mark this on my note. Motion by Councilman Patel to pull item out of consent agenda. It's item 209, right, Councilman?
Right, 2026-209.
2026-209. We need a second on that.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Tim Katrubis to pull the item out for a separate vote.
Another thing.
We need a roll call vote on roll call. Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
No.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Okay, so the item is now pulled out of the agenda, out of the consent agenda, and it will be voted on separately, or voted on separately, discussed further, or another motion could be made. Now it's not a part of the consent agenda.
Okay, so now we need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda.
No. Are we coming back to that, or do you want to
No,
finish
come
off?
back.
What do you want to finish off? Okay, so Councilman,
Another.
we're gonna we have a.
I'm talking about 204.
No, I'm sorry.
204.
204.
Just a collection, brush collection. The DPW is collecting it.
I'm
and
sorry?
The 204.
204, he needs to dispose it. So leaf and
That's
brush.
what-
So this is what the bid is for. So basically, it's a disposal company for DPW to dispose the bid. So they're extending.
Yeah, that's what when it says it's collection. Can we reword it?
Resolution authorizing the resolution. Let me read the thing. 204, extending the bid award of leaf and brush collection to environmental renewal as fair and open award. For the record, Bob, are we allowed to just strike the title?
What's wrong with the title?
The title is saying collection, but it's more so for disposal. But do you, Mark? Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think Councilman's concern is collection is done by the borough.
Yeah.
Environmental does the removal.
Okay.
Maybe we'll use removal as
removal
or disposal for both.
So disposal. Okay.
Not
Can
really.
we? Bob,
Yes, we can change it.
Okay.
You know.
So for the record, let me just mark that.
Okay.
Resolution number 2026-204. Councilman Patel is requesting a clerical change to change the title to say disposal, and anywhere else on the resolution on whereas clauses to say disposal. Replace collection to disposal. Correct, Councilman?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that all on your end?
That's all.
Okay.
I have. I can do that.
Yeah. Did you have another item on the consent
I have
agenda?
A consent agenda. 210 wireless telecompany, Ace Teles company. Okay, this one is actually based upon the the website. I reviewed about it. This one, I don't have a confidence. Really, I already discussed with you. And the one thing is, this. Anybody, our council member reviewed about the existing the contract with the Ace Telecommunication?
Is that what Mr.
Ms. Geiger.
Geiger was talking about?
Yeah, that is a different story. But this is not the cell tower issue. They are consulting company, but existing our the prior contract. That is not meet about the state regulation not to exceed the amount. Don't have it this one. And the Miss Karen Geiger, I checked it out with this company related about it. What is the Pleasant View borough? The company name is Manisite. They don't have any relationship. Only they have one of a subcontracts. So I don't want to consider about it, that one. But no. I check it out with all the the information. I check it out. Don't relate to that one. So you better check it out one more time. Maybe you and my source is different. So it clearly not related anyway. That is just a subcontract. So that is any business world that can happen. But also another uncomfortable with this contract is bidding is 3.5% commission. That is such as if we got the country $1 million, he got the $280,000 plus $4,000. $10 million is $350,000 plus $4,000. This is ethically. The higher bid normally going down the percentage wide. This contract is the promote. That consulting company more to do business with or maybe make a contract with a telecommunication company. I think this kind of attitude is no good. This company is consulting company. They should be middle position, and this contract paper is promoted for them to get the more commission, and then to sell or maybe make a contract. That is uncomfortable for me. I don't know, you guys review about this contract. If you agree upon this one, you can continue. Otherwise, I want to table it this one, please.
So we have inquiry on table.
Table.
So this item would have to be pulled out of the
Consent agenda.
the consent agenda would have to be voted on separately before a council member motions and to pull out the item. And I just want the governing body to know, the borough, if they do this, we will not have anybody to review inquiries on this matter. So I'm just letting the governing body know I will be holding all correspondence from cellular communication folks that wish to basically make antenna upgrades and things like that. And they have lease agreements. So I just want the governing body to know that we won't have any professional to look over that.
Just the 1 month.
Can we get somebody else?
We would have to RFP now again.
Okay,
We would have to go out to.
everybody-
We would have to go back out to RFP if
We'll
we're not
go back.
deciding to renew or extend.
The mayor is not doesn't.
No, I know. I'm just letting. I just need to I just
Uh,
needed for the record to be stated that
Yeah.
we don't have anybody on roster. That's all.
Okay, in the 2 minutes
So now-
we don't have. The
For
next
now,
week, it's okay. We didn't have for 50 years.
I'll propose for table it.
Okay, we can. We're not at the
No,
table
no, we
thing.
have to pull it out
We have
first.
to pull
Pull
it
out,
out of the
okay.
the consent agenda
Pull
in
out.
order to vote on it separately.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need mayor is requesting a motion and second to pull resolution number what was this one?
10.
210, right?
210.
Yeah, to pull 210 out of pull out of 210 out of the agenda. We need a motion and second.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Patel,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Begats.
All in favor is good.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions?
No.
Okay, so we should go back to the consent agenda now.
Yep.
which-
Now we did have a motion and second on the floor with the one clerical change on resolution number 204. So other than that, all other items from resolutions number 2026-204 to approve any this consent agenda item. Does anybody have any other comments or concerns on these items?
No, we have to finish 210. We have to table it.
Okay,
No,
so
we're gonna we have
yeah.
to we for Councilman, we can't exercise.
We're gonna do it separately. That's
you have
all.
to do it
Yeah.
separately. You still have
So
a
just
live
for
motion
now-
on the floor for
So
consent
for now,
agenda.
the motion is to accept, to approve and accept the consent agenda items, which are 2026-204 through
220.
Through 220,
Except-
but with the limit, but accepting
Of 210.
And 209.
209 and 210.
and 210. That's the motion. Somebody make that motion.
Motion.
Second.
So we okay. So I'm gonna change this motion then, and it's gonna be we're striking that Councilman Patel, seconded by Councilman Kapsaskis. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang. Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis. Councilman Katrubis. You got to probably speak up. Councilman
Yes.
Katrubis. Okay, thank you. Mayor, motion passes. The two resolutions that are removed from consent agenda
Yeah.
are resolution number 2026-209 and resolution number 2026-210. Now at this time, since those items are isolated, we would have to vote on approval, denial, or whatever you want to do with those items regarding resolution number 2026-209. But just please give me a moment while I find an open space on my notes. Resolution number 2026-209.
And
Is there a motion that you'd like to
table? I want to table vote.
Okay, so Councilman Patel is looking to move to table resolution number 2026-209. This is the tree pruning and removal. Do I have a second on behalf of the mayor?
Is there a second to table that?
No.
Is there a second to table this resolution?
I'll make a second.
You making a second? Okay, seconded by Councilman Liang. So there was a motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Liang. On roll call for tabling, Councilwoman Begats.
After I heard Emma talking today,
Can we have a discussion, please?
yeah, thank you. Can we have a discussion?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Discussion, please.
Yeah, after I heard
Sorry.
Emma talking today, I understood the process that that they're doing, the work that they're putting in. I think I trust the process. Maybe there is a problem with the money. We anyhow paying after everything is done. We're not paying before. And $42,000 is not a big amount in the big picture. That's why I think we should pass it. And Saturday, the arborist is coming in, and whoever has a problem can meet him, go with the team. They're doing a wonderful job, and that's why I don't want to hold the process back.
I agree.
It's so the issue with I don't think that there's an issue with the process. I think that what the issue here is the wording of the actual trees that are.
Okay, we can check the wording.
Why don't you explain the issue, Rashid? Because I don't have the document in front of
The
me.
issue is Emma herself said that there's so many healthy trees are there, and the list is the problem. Is the technical problem that we are approving something which is not even properly RFQ here. We are giving the list which is not even 50% correct. So what are we approving here? Just for future
For example, there was a quote. The quotes that are putting in, it says
that itself is a
what
flaw.
is it? It says what 20-something trees to be cut.
Yeah.
When we know that you're not cutting them, so why are you approving a list that has trees to be cut?
So remove the list and keep the money. That's it. Can we do that?
So just reword. I think what Councilman Patel's issue is clerical. I don't think that the issue is.
And there is no emergency, or there is nothing that
There is
we can
emergencies
wait.
on that list.
There is no emergency.
Mark,
I
Mark,
checked.
how many emergencies do you have on that list?
If we don't pass it, what happens?
You can't
For
even
next
prune.
I'm sorry. What's the question?
If you don't pass it, you can't even prune. You can't do nothing, because
Okay, so
next
reword it so you at least conduct the work that you need to, but at least make sure you have. Just why can't we just reword
I said it.
the resolution properly?
Well, because the $42,000 just for pruning is like excessive, right? So at some point now, whether it's tree pruning or removal, that what this resolution would do, because it creates a baseline, and now he will have a baseline to be procurement compliant. Because like I said before, in a year and some change, correct me if I'm wrong, Shoaib, we have not been compliant with the way we've been procuring tree removal and pruning services. So this resolution gives us some buying time, and we're going out to bid anyway in September based off of the sample size that we have. But at least in the preliminary time, as we enter in the fall season, Mr. Neville has a budget to operate off of. If in the event after Saturday, a list is swapped out from the trees where 35 Tony Drive goes to gets removed completely, Mark now has a credit system. He can work it out, and then the list is going to be finalized and provided to the entire governing body. So it's just to give a framework, but at least now, if you read the resolution carefully, it's giving him essentially a $42,000 budget.
We
and
can
the resolution doesn't
we can
specify
allocate
a
the
list.
money, but why we have to tie it up with that reliable tree? Because RFQ is wrong.
Because we did 3 quotes. Downs was 53,000. Green Tree Experts was 42.
But based on what? Is the complete
And-
flawful list?
And also when we went out to bid,
I don't
there
know,
was only 3 commercial companies, Councilman, that put
financial
in.
point of view. Does it make-
There's two
yeah,
issues.
Let's hear from CFO.
From a finance and from a tree liaise. Okay, so my view is this item is clearly divides. We have people have different and subject to a little bit of communication, additional communication.
Right.
Rush to either way. I'm not sure the best approach right now. So
that's exactly what I'm requesting.
we do feel the people clearly divide. It's hard to
There is no such thing here that we do here. All we are requesting is to have more time and clarity for a few more weeks. It's not going to happen.
Many times we
And I
allocated
checked with
money.
DPW
Wait a minute.
superintendent.
Many times we allocated money, correct?
Right.
And later on, Mr. David, I listened to you, okay? And later on, it shrunk, okay? It was less. So what is the big deal here?
I had a discussion with Superintendent Mark Navel, and he says that's fine, completely fine to push it for next agenda meeting until we have complete the
Council,
proper list.
would it be helpful if I met with Jerry and get you a list of what we're taking down against?
That's what we are doing. And after that, we approve it.
what we're doing-
After that, we will approve it.
but-
The new RFQ,
No,
it will be done quickly.
but-
How long does it take?
But Councilman, if I
Do
may,
we have to go with reliable if we get a cheaper quote with the list?
Can
we
I
use
ask
the
a
new list.
clarification
Okay,
question?
okay.
The amount of $42,000, is it a lump sum proposal for X number of trees? Or
No.
is
No.
it
No, it's
different
specific.
size trees
It's
and
just-
what the unit
It's
cost is?
specific.
Right.
It's
And
specific.
based on the estimated list that you have,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you have calculated that if you were to engage them for every tree on that list,
Yes.
the amount would come out to $42,000.
Right.
So I think
We're not using
what you could
those.
do is you can just amend the resolution to say up to $42,000,
Okay.
and then you decide, along with consultation with the shade tree, which tree gets removed
What work
and
gets
what
done.
is the cost of that tree. I think that will
correct.
solve
Very simple.
and
Councilman,
address
that'd be-
everybody's concern.
Complicated.
So it's not a lump sum proposal for, let's just say, 50 trees.
But my concern here is that with the new list, if we put again another RFQ, we might get much lower quotation.
So what
we
I
have
would-
to just go with
so
the reliable.
the way you can
The
correct
batch is growing,
Right,
Councilman.
yeah.
We're already
the-
on the second batch.
So the way you can correct it is
Right.
approve the
It's
resolution,
more expensive.
put the amount not 42,000 but up to $42,000, and Mark will not engage the company until we go through the list and get your blessing or Shade Tree's blessing as to which trees need to be removed or pruned.
Okay.
And based on their proposal, we will only get invoiced for those services.
Would that work out?
Can we change the
And
company later on?
that's a normal practice of how tree removal services
in that
are awarded.
process, we cannot change the company. We are not doing the fair RFQ.
No, we already went through that process. I think we went out for 3 companies, and this was
yeah,
the
but
lowest
they
based on.
gave the quotation based on the what is on the list. That's
Yeah,
my,
but everybody got the same list, so it's not like one company got one list and the other company got a different
That's what
list.
I'm saying. The list is different for the different place.
Their homework, yeah.
No, these
I mean, like-
these has to be approved
It's only
by
2 companies,
Jerry.
not 3 companies. It's
Arborist,
only 2 companies.
right? But it's not. Yeah, but I want
It's
to
only 2
know
company, and
what's the
difference is only
criteria.
$500. I
What-
really I have a concern here that this was not done
This
properly.
list in the back is changing.
As long as you don't
Saturday they're going out again.
That's the one. Why don't we
We
wait
gave
and
them money so they can do the work. That's about it.
Just one
The
additional
process is
point.
good.
Yeah. Mark, how much have you spent on tree removals this year to date?
I don't know. They haven't been here. And, I don't know that yet.
Okay.
I don't have that.
So, assuming that the list is not that extensive,
Okay.
and we only have 4 more months left in the year,
Okay.
it's possible that you may not even need to award it through resolution if you keep it below the bid threshold, and Mark goes out and gets price quotes every time he needs to do this.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then you can plan ahead properly for the next calendar year and award it at the beginning of the year so you have it for the whole year.
Right.
That's
Would that work
another
out?
option of doing it.
Okay. So we
Okay.
go
If
for
this
that.
resolution doesn't pass us.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So
I looked most of the trees marked, and some trees are already dead, 100%.
Yes.
Right. Some trees,
8.
I mean, I would say most of the trees still alive. I would say 10%, 20%. They're
Okay.
still alive.
Correct.
But we may have to ask Jerry
Right.
how we may save it.
Maybe.
They may save the tree.
He also may tell us to take it down. So that's right now it's at 8, like I told you.
8.
But Saturday after I meet with Jerry, that could be a 20. I mean, I'm not. I got to go by the arborist and says, what do you know?
So what do we do now? Everybody contributes.
I don't think so.
We
But
take
there's
his,
just.
Rashid, or,
Yeah,
I mean,
CFO.
Shoaib.
But if we approve this tonight, at least we have a foundation.
You have 2 options. One option is to approve the resolution, just change the wording to up to $42,000, and then you are directing Mark to only engage the company for trees that really need to come down. So you're likely not going to spend the full $42,000, and the list will be considerably reduced per Councilman
okay.
Patel's recommendation.
That would be okay.
Another option is to don't take any action on this resolution. Look at how much we have spent this year, and make sure that by the end of the year we don't exceed the bid threshold of $53,000.
So we're gonna do nothing. That's what you mean? The second option? The first
second
option
option
is
is to-
working.
No, second option he's saying you do piece by piece quotes. However, it can only work. I hear your concern about that, Shred, but over the time you're forgetting you there's the aggregate. You don't know how much he's been at already. If he crossed,
I'm checking that right now.
If he crossed that. Secondly, the last 2 years you didn't go out to bid. You didn't award anything, so you paid $150,000 to Reliable. You paid the year before that $170,000 to Reliable. You haven't done anything for any procurement compliance. So you're at least showing good faith that you're going to do that, and then you're going to go out to bid. So
What
good
about
budget.
option 1 is very reasonable.
The option
Yeah,
one,
that's
where
what
you're
we'll
just
go for option 1.
Okay, so we changed the
Which is what I've been saying
resolution
for
to
some time in the beginning.
up to 42,000.
Mark, we
Okay.
only use reliable, right? We don't use downs.
No, downs quoted, they were just 53.
So this year you have spent $8,500 to date.
Okay.
So which means you have about $45,000 before you exceed the bid threshold, and he is getting price quote. So both options can function. I mean, depending on what the governing body's
think the
preference
first
is.
first
both
option
options
is
work.
okay.
And immediately, right there, $8,500. Purchasing manual says anything over $7,000, you need 2 quotes. So in the aggregate, so everything here on forward, you're going to need a second quote on anything that you do. So
you know, that's just. I mean,
It's
I don't want to.
crazy. It's gonna hold you back.
I mean, this court process that you went through could serve as your backup for court, because as long as you keep it within your $53,000 limit, which he can't certify it, I can't guarantee it. Nobody can, because we still have 5 more months to go, or 4 more months to go. You just have to look at it very carefully. I mean, option 1 is more reasonable, because then you're basically in compliance,
Okay.
and you're basically directing him to relook at the
Continue.
list and not engage the company unless it's really necessary.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
as long as you
So
put those
option one is
conditions in,
fine.
it should work.
Okay. So if you feel comfortable and we table it, then what do we do procedure wise?
The option one, we just rework.
But we do have a motion, folks,
Yeah,
because
that's
there's a
right.
motion alive on the floor to table. That's what Councilman Liang is saying. So you have to finish this vote. If it fails, then there's a motion to amend resolution number
So
209, and then we have to adopt it.
Bobby, what do you?
So do you want to withdraw your motion to?
You could also do that.
Yes.
The table, and you want to draw your second?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's
Motion withdrawn by Councilman Patel, and the second withdrawn by Councilman Liang. My notes are all over the place.
So this
now we need a motion and second to well, I can't call it for it. Somebody.
To vote.
No.
No.
Oh yeah, roll call. No, he
No.
just he withdrew.
He withdrew.
He withdrew. So there's no need for a vote.
So now we have this resolution 2026-209, which is going to be, I believe there's a motion to amend it
Yes.
to say that it's up to the amount of $42,470. Okay.
Up to. Let me just, Bob, give me a second, please. Let me just pull up the resolution, because I need to mark the one right here.
It's in the title and it's in the now therefore.
Up required disclosure. Okay, right here. And you said requiring in the amount. So in the amount up to is
Up
what we're
to.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
Up to
And then in the fourth whereas.
the fourth whereas.
Oh, no,
one,
that's
two,
fine. That
three,
stays there. That
four.
stays there. Now, in the now therefore
Not in the amount up to. So take
Right.
out in the amount of
up to.
up to.
Mhm.
So I'm just striking this for the notes.
So without a change, is there a motion to adopt the resolution as changed?
Motion.
Second.
So motion by Councilman Kapsaskis, second by Councilwoman Begats. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Okay. All right. So now that the amendments voted on the amendments, now we have to vote on the approval of the resolution 209 with the amendments.
Mhm.
So we need a motion and second for that vote.
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis, seconded by Councilman
Me.
Liang. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right. Now we have resolution number 2026-210. This was the wireless telecommunication.
So-
The mayor requested to table
Uh-huh.
this resolution. Bob, you have something you want to say?
Oh, the consultant. That's
The
what it was
consultant,
for.
yeah, okay.
So we need a motion. If anybody wants to make a motion to table that.
I did, right?
I think a mayor did, right?
No,
I
mayor's
did.
asking for a motion. He can't
I-
make the
I-
motion.
yes, we want to table it.
Yeah, table it.
Okay, so
I make the motion to table it.
Okay,
Second.
let me just write this down real quick. Motion by Councilman Kapsaskis, seconded by Councilwoman Begats, to table resolution 2026-210. Any discussion? Okay. On roll call. This is so on roll call. Excuse me. Now we need a on roll call.
You had a
Yeah,
roll
we need
call already.
Yeah, roll call. On roll call. This is the table resolution number 2026-210.
Roll call.
Yeah, roll call. Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kapsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, now we have resolution 2026-221 to go into executive session to discuss matters pertaining to attorney-client privilege, personnel, pending litigation, and legal claims.
Okay, I need a motion.
Motion.
Close. Excuse.
Yeah, we're going to closed session. And we need a motion.
Motion.
Yeah, we need a
Motion by
motion.
Councilman Patel. Second by anybody.
Second.
Second by Councilman
Any
Kapsaskis.
opposed?
No, wait,
No.
just 1 second. We're just
Oh, sorry.
yeah. This is for resolution number 2026-201. All in favor?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Mayor, motion passes. We'll be going into executive session.
We may come out and
we-
have
we-
business.
Yeah, and there may or may not be business action taken.
Pending litigation and legal claims, matters pertaining to attorney-client privilege and personnel.
Members of the public are welcome to stay. Like I said, the governing body may come out to may or may not take action, but you're welcome to stay if you wish, but you don't have to.
You have to stay or go? Thank you.
All right, just give me 1 second, guys. I didn't pause the meeting. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Mark. How big is the street?
Give me 1
How
second.
big is handheld?
זה בזה שלו.
by
לא
the
רציתי
car?
להקריא אותו. זאת אומרת לו, זה בעיה שלך.
What happened with the tools?
But it's handheld.
It's
pushing.
walk behind.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I think it's no
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
They wouldn't have by the
Totally.
strong.
Yeah, it's good.
Can we use that? Or not?
Yeah, we're gonna use them street sweeping on sidewalks, parking lots.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Good night.
Bye, Mom. See you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Give the affidavit to Bob, see if he can notarize it. But I did 2 copies, one for the clerk and one for him, so just have him sign it.
Okay. You got it. I'm not sure. Huh? Yeah.
Thank you, Shuaib. You saved us. All 2 days, 3 days, I don't know, discussing that crap.
Hey, how do I pause the recording on the thing? I put the break. You said I always miss something on the OBS. Oh, just hit the mute button. second, folks.
I don't sleep much.
Okay, I need a motion.
Mayor, wait 1 second, Mayor, please.
Do we need to sit? I would be afraid to let a car drive by itself to a meeting.
You do that? All right.
Slowly,
Give me
you
1
have
second.
confidence. You still be getting, but you don't have to be attentive. You don't have to be attentive. That's all.
Yeah.
It helps. It helps with
The YouTube. You have one?
yeah, I do when I'm like sitting in this. But
Okay.
then when it's then
Is everybody here?
Philip
Yeah.
just went to the
Philip is.
Yeah, you wanna wait for him?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Okay,
I
we're
need
gonna wait.
1 second, Mayor, please. Bob, do you have that one thing?
This guy.
So I can mark the vote on there because I don't have.
Yeah.
Wait, no,
2 years later.
wait.
I'll give it back to you.
Councilman Lee, we can't say anything in there.
I'll give it back to you before the vote.
Okay. My pen?
No, not your pen. I don't have your pen, do I?
I don't have a
Here.
pen. Thank you.
Your pen.
Yeah, that is my pen.
Is it?
Yeah. Okay, so did you want to wait for
Liang?
Councilman Liang?
Okay, we can.
Oh, somebody
could-
wait. Councilman Katrubis needs to join back.
Okay.
Is he gonna join?
Coming out of closed session.
Do you just want to call him by this cell phone?
Yep.
I just texted him as well.
Mayor, just give me this 1 second.
Okay.
Then we're gonna motion in second. So if everybody's just aware, we're gonna do a motion in second for the coming out of executive session, then motion in second for
Motion.
if there's any other items to introduce or whatever, and then motion in second to adopt that.
To adopt you.
To introduce the item.
To introduce you.
No, you have to bring it onto the agenda. You can't just adopt it. It's not on the agenda.
So what? There's new old business.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At that point, when we get there, coming out, Mayor will do it when we get there. Okay.
Okay, I need a motion and second to exit the closed session.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilwoman Begats.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor.
Let's.
Okay.
Why don't
We have a roll call. Everybody's here.
No, we don't need a roll call.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so
Okay, you
as the council knows, there's our clerk is on family leave, and we had an acting temporary deputy clerk, but who resigned, and the position is now not being filled. I spoke with the borough administrator, who has proposed that he could assume the role and would perform those functions on a temporary basis through the end of the year, and he would be paid a stipend of $10,000 for that term. And the maternity leave ends at the end of the year, right?
It's at the end of the year, but this would run through the end of the year or before Beauty, as soon as Beauty returns. So it could be like some point in December or something like that.
So
whenever the resolution reads, whenever she comes back.
So I have a proposed resolution that would appoint into Sean Chattery as temporary deputy municipal clerk, as well as acting records custodian, for the stipend of $10,000, and then he would perform that service during the maternity leave of our borough clerk.
Bob, before you go, would you like to state for the people on the record where the current municipal clerk's rate is at and what the
savings?
Because I think they would like to state that into the record.
Yeah, the numbers are
$16,667 over the course of 4 months. If you divide what Miss Beauty Nadim is would be making in terms of wages after taxes and things of that nature, and basically that's about $6,000 less
savings to the borough.
Yeah, 16,000.
So I'm going to read real quickly. Resolution appointing Sean Chattery as temporary deputy municipal clerk. Whereas the municipal clerk of the borough of Englewood Cliffs is currently on maternity leave, and the governing body desires to ensure continuity of the functions and operations of the municipal clerk's office during her absence, and whereas the mayor and council feel it appropriate to appoint Sean Chattery, also serving as borough administrator, as temporary deputy municipal clerk during the municipal clerk's maternity leave, and in recognition of the additional duties and responsibilities associated with this temporary appointment, the governing body desires to authorize a stipend in the amount of $10,000. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Englewood Cliffs, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, that Anthony Shadowry, MPA, Borough Administrator, is hereby appointed temporary Deputy Municipal Clerk effective during the Municipal Clerk's paternity leave and until her return to active service. And further resolved that during the Municipal Clerk's paternity leave, the Borough Administrator, while serving as temporary Deputy Municipal Clerk, is hereby designated as the acting records custodian for the purposes of processing requests pursuant to the Open Public Records Act, NJSA 47:1A-1 et sec, and be it further resolved that Sean Shattery shall receive $10,000 stipend for the additional duties and responsibilities associated with serving as temporary Deputy Municipal Clerk and acting records custodian, and be it resolved that the CFO has certified sufficient funds are available in the appropriate salary and wage account for the stipend authorized herein. We could have a motion to adopt.
Motion to introduce the resolution onto the agenda, and then we need a motion to adopt the resolution onto the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Liang. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats?
Yes.
Councilwoman Liang?
Yes.
Councilman Patel?
Yes.
Sorry, Councilman Liang. Councilman Patel?
Yes.
Councilman Kopsaskis?
Yes.
Councilman Lee?
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis? The motion passes. Now we need a motion and second to adopt and approve resolution number 2026-222, which is the resolution that Bob just read into the record. We need a motion second to adopt and approve.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Begats, second by Councilman Patel. On roll call, Councilwoman Begats.
Yes.
Councilman Liang.
Yes.
Councilman Patel.
Yes.
Councilman Kopsaskis.
Yes.
Councilman Lee.
Yes.
Councilman Katrubis.
Yes.
Absent. Mayor, motion passes and resolution number 2026-222 is hereby adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Now we need a motion and second for adjournment.
Any old or new business? Any old or new business?
This was all the new business. Is there any other items?
Okay, any other? Okay, I need a motion and the second to adjourn. this meeting.
Motion.
Second.
Okay.
Motion by Councilman Patel, seconded by Councilman Kopsaskis.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Good night, people.
Meeting adjourned at 10:58 p.m.
Jeez, 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Yeah, 7 to 11. Is that 6:30? Thank you.
I'm gonna take your Tesla.
Watch it.
Tesla. Oh, you have Tesla?
All right.
Okay.
I
Auto
don't
go,
know.
right?
He doesn't sleep. He can keep his eye open.
You have Tesla?
Yeah. It's
Auto
right.
drive.
Yeah.
The new model.
Yeah, good. But
I never.
no, it's good. It's very
Oh my
good.
God, so much.
And there is a